Alrighty then. So there might be a little bit of scuff at first with this. Bear with me as everything might jank slightly. Especially if Twitch decides to jank harder, which there's only so much I can do about Twitch deciding to be Twitch. Fingers crossed that that does not end up being the case. Looks like I could do with moving the music up a little bit. Because for the most part, the music didn't end up doing a lot. Hey there, Flora. How it goes? Let's get this started. You've awoken in a mysterious facility with no memory of your existence. Emerge and build a sprawling factory to manufacture the machines and tools you'll need to explore this alien world. Now, I played this for about an hour the other day just to make sure everything worked.
Integrity failing. Emergency resuscitation of all personnel initiated. Exit this facility and report to Production Terminal Lima.
I assume that's probably still connected to what you were talking about the other day. Collect all that.
Identified. The Assembled Nations Industrial Expedition to the planet of Calyx.
Okay, so I presume we are on Calyx then. Good to know. Wherever the hell Calyx is. We might have a little bit of stutter here and there because I'm seeing a little bit of oddity occasionally.
Hello? Can you hear me? Your suit can't transmit a voice or ID signal, but my sensors are indicating you're out there. First things first, check in at that production terminal.
We're gonna want
Second set of eyes on
a
how badly
lot of plant matter. I'm just gonna grab that before I go interact with the thing they're talking about. Is much akin to satisfactory, plant matter is your main source of fuel for any of your machinery for I don't know how long, because I didn't get to the point where I didn't need that anymore. So, yeah, that might be a constant aggravation. We'll see. Just stuff a good 600 of them in my pocket for the second. There's also lots of free goodies to be had. They really go out of their way to expedite you at the start of this, which I appreciate. Is sitting there and waiting for materials for a good long while at the start of these is usually one of the low points for these. So them giving you the supplies to make sure that you actually can get jump-started is very nice. Yep, it wants me to put in ore, which I do not have at the moment.
Mining drills were the only buildable tech I could recover. Try crafting a few with materials from some of the chests around here.
Yeah, as she's telling us to do, we need to build drills using the stuff that was laying all around. Because without that, we'd have to mine by hand like a pleb, and nobody wants to do that. I'm just cleaning all the local flora out of the area so I have room to do what I need to do. All of these little odds and ends that are laying around, we'll be able to do something with them in a moment. We just can't do it yet. When I was doing my test, I put 2 drills on each side, and I had way more than I needed most of the time, so I'm just going to build 1 each for the second. I knew you were going to make a joke about that as soon as I said that.
Task inbound. Mining drill. Must be built at an ore vein and fueled with plant matter.
But yeah, you can see the ore in the walls here. Like, all this orange is, of course, copper, and all that gray over on the other side was iron. Because, you know, we're underground, so of course it's not going to be veins underneath us, necessarily. No, it's all good. Like I said, I expected it. I would have genuinely been surprised if you didn't take that and run with it. Get these drills started. They do want us to place 3 drills, so I guess I should place the 3rd one after I build it. I'm going to put it on the copper this time, because copper was the one that was being a pain in the butt when I was doing my test. Now, before anybody starts thinking about ratios or any of that crazy nonsense, we are not going to worry about that right now. I mean, fair, yeah. Any of these mushrooms and such around will get in the way of me actually building, which is why I'm bothering on getting rid of them so consistently right now. Give me that. I don't really want the ore in my pocket, but I'm going to need it for the first thing upgraded. Yeah, exactly. But I know some people immediately dive in headfirst on that concept, and I'm like, no, it's not worth it. You will drive yourself insane. Exactly. Get the ball rolling, get the things you need to be able to make the machines do the thing. Then you can worry about
Good work getting
all that
ore plugged into the
optimization.
terminal, groundbreaker. If you weren't on my crew, you should have been. For the next phase of repairs, you're gonna need a scanner. The tech for it unlocked automatically when you fix this thing. So, open up your crafting menu and build one.
There it is. Yeah. Alright, now we got a scanner. These will be important. This is what unlocks tech tree stuff, but we'll worry about that in a minute.
Scanner. Scan machine fragments to restore tech tree access.
You can also get resources back, which is the thing they don't tell you about the scanner, which is very nice. Scattered around, there's broken technology, like inserter upgrades and things like that.
Additional tech tiers or cores may be required. Open tech tree to review.
Right now, the most important thing is clearing all of these fragments off the ground. We do need the smelter fragments, because that's what will unlock the smelter technology for us. Without the smelter, as you might imagine, all this stuff is going to be for naught, because it's just going to all sit here in my pocket. There we go. Cleaned all that up. Game's still yelling at me to use the tech tree. I don't have the research thingies placed yet.
Research cores required for activation of new technologies. Refer to tech tree for current core manifest.
You can research all of the various plants and such that are all over the place. I recommend doing so. I don't know if they have a purpose yet, but it's worth checking just to be sure. And you can also pick up the lights with the scanner. So if there's lights in inconvenient places, just pick them up and get them out of your way. You can also stick them down elsewhere as needed. Now, want this light because it's redundant. Thank you. Okay. Slap a handful of those down. Because until we get that, we don't have logistics or anything. And I don't know why there's a pile of these research orbs in here, because I tried my damnedest to do anything with them, and I just can't. So I don't know if I just can't do anything with them yet, or what. I'm gonna try sticking mine next to them this time, though. Maybe that does something. Okay. Yep, do what you have to do. Ooh, to be comfortable, Flora. I know you're going through it right now. I will still be here.
Research cores constructed. Smelter technology available for activation in tech tree.
Worry about that last one later. There we go, we've unlocked our first technology.
Technology activated. Proceed with construction of smelter.
Oh yeah, it still wants me to place this other drill that I completely forgot to do. There we go. Now then, I want 3 smelters because I have 3 drills. We can expand upon that later, but 1-to-1 will do for now.
Task inbound.
Because remember, I have to feed all of this stuff manually.
Requires plant matter for fuel.
Now, annoyingly, in spite of the fact that these things have hatches on them, you do actually have to have inserters pull things and push things anytime they have to leave or enter a belt. That part I don't particularly care for. That was mildly annoying to me. And for right now, since we don't have belts or inserters yet, I'm gonna have to manually feed all of this. In all forms. But it won't take long for us to get past that point. Do need to go grab more plant matter. Sharpish as well. I just want to get all of these started and going where possible. There we go. That'll get me all the copper I need. Just take a look at how much plant matter I've already consumed from the local vicinity. That's a genuine concern with this game that I have so far. But again, it's early days yet. There may very well be things that give us better fuel or better means of generating our own or something. Just initially, this is a bit of a thing. Running around, scooping up every plant in the vicinity. And that's the one that already... Yeah, I fed all those already. Sometimes there is a mild stutter when I'm opening and closing menus very rapidly. I'm pretty sure that's a my equipment thing, not a this game thing. The copper... Still doing okay. Need more. Go. That's the one that really needs the plant matter right now. Which, I'm sure if there's a way for me to get up the walls, I'd be sitting pretty on plant matter right now, considering I grab all those mushrooms. Really should be scanning these too. I don't know if those databank entries matter, but completeness sake and all that. I like scanning things. But as you can see, we got a great field of stuff over here. As you can probably hear from the mashing of my keyboard. You kind of have to mash the button because you can't hold it. So you just kind of frantically click, 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 to consume the majority of the plant matter in the area. Nom nom nom. I know these are mushrooms. Nom 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 nom. Gimme. But none survive. I still want that one. I don't need it, but I wanted that one because it was denying me. This way we can go feed this machine over here so we don't have to worry about it for a while. There we go. Because 500 will hold these for quite a sizable amount of time. I think when I was doing the test for like an hour or so, I ran out of ores and such ready to go more often than I ran out of fuel for them. Till they automated, and then, well, once they automated, all bets were off. But even then, I don't think during that hour-long session I ran out of material at that point. But as you can see, with very little setup, we still got double what it needed. Which, that is the one thing I'll say with this.
New technology and crafting schematics available.
Is at least in this early section, it doesn't feel like there's a lot to do while you wait for things to get done. Like, if you set everything up and don't have anything left to worry about, you kind of just have a lot of hurry up and wait in front of you at that point. And I have not yet encountered the actual assembly machines in this game yet. In that, like, hour of time spent. But I also wasn't being super efficient or anything at that time. So it's entirely possible that somebody that knows what they're doing can easily fly up the tree to that immediately.
Task inbound. Inserter. Use inserters to transfer items between machines and conveyor belts.
For the time being, I'm not going to worry about automating both of these. I just want to have one of them automated and going up to a container so that I can grab them as needed. I'm going to need a lot more belts than that, though. I do like that, as with a lot of these, they build the belts 5 at a time. Just to make it less of a pain. Now, there's one stupid thing, and that is, it does not do slopes well unless you're already in motion, I've noticed. It gets a little confused sometimes when you try to do a slope without it having any distance to travel. There we go. We're going to put that there because I'm going to slap the container right around here. Because it's nice and convenient with where the stuff needs to go. I did bring it straight to a pile of rocks, though, which was a great move on my part, but, you know. There we go. Now the copper will constantly go up to this container so I can just collect it as needed. The iron will also be going into that container from the other side once I get the inserters done. But that's going to need more of the material to actually be ready to go in my hands. And of course, since I fixed the copper shortfall this time, I'm going to have an iron shortfall instead, and I'm going to cry. Such is the nature of the beast. But as you can see, the belt placement and building is pretty simple. It plays nicely, very reminiscent of Satisfactory, albeit slightly less intelligent than Satisfactory's was, I will say that. It doesn't always read the movements as cleanly. You have to... There's a few more button presses involved. It doesn't just automatically understand what you're asking of it, which is fine. That is not a complaint, that is just... For comparison's sake, this is the information. Yeah, I should probably set up an additional smelter for iron, because this is not going as fast as I would like it to, and we are being delayed. I do not like being delayed. Now, it does not seem to matter as far as placement goes, for the most part, for your drills, because it doesn't seem like they run out of material. Or at least I did not run out of material in the walls, and there's no, like, number indicating to me, oh yeah, you're gonna run out at this point here. That doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. I just haven't encountered it in the short time I had played this to test this. So there's entirely a world in which that's going to screw my whole day up, but for the time being, we'll just make do the best we can and hope it works out. This does mean more plant and mongering. These spots where there's just a pile of mushrooms up and down the walls are fantastic for plant matter, because you can just swing your mouse up and down a little bit and come out of it with a couple hundred. Like, look at this whole shelf over here. This is fantastic. Got another 1,000, that should hold us for a bit. This game is, of course, also multiplayer. I have not tried the multiplayer as of yet. I don't know how well it would work. Right now, it also would be kind of superfluous, I would say, because what would a second person be doing right now? I guess it would basically boil down to one person runs around and constantly fiends through plant matter, and then the other person sits here and does what I'm doing. I guess that's how that would divide up right now. And it would be twice the assembly speed. Also, my inventory is becoming a disaster zone because I was just clicking and dragging. You can just control-click as you saw me do before to move things, and I really should be doing that. But, doesn't matter. I really also need to get this iron started going into there, so I stop having to walk over here all the time. I've got more important things to be doing with my time than walking over here and picking up things like a pleb. Now, you'll notice, once you indicate for a turn, it is smart enough to follow that turn the whole rest of the way. It can be a little weird at times as far as the actual turning goes, though, because you have to kind of be on the side you want it to turn to. Which makes it both smart and not at the same time. Because it avoids a lot of the, like, weird fiddle you'll have with some of these placement setups. Where you, like, have to hit R, like, 3 times to get it to go the way you want it to. But the other side of that coin is you end up with situations like that where, until you figure that out, you're just sitting there hitting R and wondering why it's not working. Which can be mildly awkward. And in terms of pure input speed, I could just have the belt go past there and have 2 inserters putting into the container, but honestly, why bother right now? That's putting in extra resources just to speed up them going in there. Which, a lot of the time, it's not going to matter, because this is just for while I'm not paying attention. Like, for example, right there, I'm sitting here taking a drink, and a good, like, 10 pieces of iron have been put in. While that's doing its thing, I can now go hoard a bunch of plant matter even further. And by the time we're done hoarding a bunch of this, it should be done getting me the materials I need to do a fair few things. I also don't know what limestone is for yet. It didn't come up in the hour or so I played, so, you know, that's a thing. I grabbed it, a bunch of it, out of habit, just because I saw it when I did my test, so maybe I just grabbed enough of it that it ended up not mattering, but I think we purely use, like, metal and plant matter for the most part in these first couple stages of progression. All in all, just a chill little factory building game from what I've tried of it so far. Just run around, build things, do stuff, hope it works. And occasionally, it's a funky beat going, and then it stops for some reason. Don't really know why it started going a little crazy with the music. I wanted it to keep doing that. I liked that. Yeah, I don't have enough to make the last inserter automate this. Yeah, you'll notice even with more of the iron being automated than the copper, we're still having a shortfall on iron. I don't think I can pick things up off the belt either. Oh no, there we go. Nom, 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 nom. It doesn't tell you you can do it, so I was reading through the controls on the screen there, like, does that actually work? There we go, that'll save time a little bit. It seems like certain parts have the music going and other parts don't. It's very strange. There we go. You also start with only the one tool belt, but when I scanned the one thing that was laying over here, that's where I got the second belt from. Oh yeah, I also forgot to scan this. Suit speed. That's up here. Sadly, not getting that quite yet. As you can see, the tech tree goes a fair bit. And that's just one of the trees. Hey, we can get long inserters if we scan 2 long inserters somewhere. We gotta find them. We need 25 cores to make me faster. Once I've got everything to a point I'm happy with, I'll probably start worrying about doing that. Because I wouldn't mind going faster. Going faster is nice. I also think that you can actually automate sending the stuff into here. Considering there's these chutes here, but I never tried doing that. You can also actually knock chunks of the wall down if it upsets you. You can just, like, bore holes through things. I haven't seen a reason to do that yet, but it's a thing you can do. It's also that whole setup there. I'm just gonna poke around in places where I probably don't belong while I wait for all this stuff to process enough that we will have what we require. So I could build it as we go, but why not run around, look at stuff, and then come back to that? For example, we could find this.
This computer has a requisition for local plant life to be delivered to a science team for analysis. It looks like the request was approved, but doing it was marked as a low priority by command, even though the request itself was marked as urgent. We didn't come here for science, but I don't remember this kind of hostility about it either.
I feel like hostility might be a bit of a excessive word there, but sure. I also didn't get to see the log, so maybe she saw more in there than I did. Who knows? All I need to understand is I dig hole. I dig hole, I make thing. Yes. Politics be damned. Any more goodies? It is a very pretty place. With all the bioluminescent plants and such. One mild disappointment. Don't worry about this entryway here. We can't go in there right now. We'll be going in there shortly, though. And that is the extent of what I know about this game, is getting in there and doing what you do in there. After that, I stopped. Because I did not want to go through all of the available content in the game, because I didn't know how much there was. And I didn't want to not stream it, considering it's an interesting new game. Also, I just went up that wall. I did not realize I could do that, but I've learned a thing. Ah, there's another iron deposit, I think. Oh, that's a limestone deposit. That tells me that limestone's going to be important, then, because they wouldn't make a big vein of it unless it had a purpose. Because, like, mining it and not having a lot of purpose for it, I could see, but having a whole vein dedicated to it in easy reach of main base, that seems like you need that. For what? Who knows, but something. I'm just checking on the plant matter supplies in each of these. I'm just going to top them all off before I start doing anything else, since we have a lot of it on our inventory now. And it'd be stupid of us not to have all of these be full. To the best of my knowledge, there are no threats in this game, but there might be later, and I just don't know it. Hard to say on that one. So if anybody's expecting, like, a base defense mechanic or anything, I don't think there is one. Especially considering we didn't, like, start with a weapon or anything. Whereas a lot of games that have that kind of mechanic would have started you with some manner of weapon. Be it just, like, a pistol or a knife or something. There would have been something. So if you're worried about that being a thing and not enjoying that concept, it's not there that I've noticed. Queue up a bunch of belts. Because you do have the typical right-click to craft 5 of something, which, since these already make 5 at a time, it's just going to make like 25 of them for me. And I'm going to queue up another set of 25, because we need 45 in the thing for the upgrade. And this is why, even though it seemed like I waited for a lot of stuff to be made, it's not enough. it's not actually going to be enough. And what I should do, actually, is split these so that they go into 2 more smelters each, considering they're backing up. Oh, 1 more smelter each. I misspoke on that. Before people start being like, what do you mean 2 more smelters each? That's insanity. It's like, well, insanity is kind of my whole deal to begin with, but that's neither here nor there. And thankfully, splitting belts is actually not too horrendous when you can get it to play ball. You can also just do one of these. Or it's not going to work this time. Okay, thanks. Great. Remember how I mentioned that the belts in this can be a little dumb at times? That's a perfect example. They go from being very intelligent to being very dumb at seemingly arbitrary points. Go ahead and just make a whole set of inserters. I'm going to need inserters coming in and going out. On this end, it'll thankfully be straightforward. I literally just do that, and then that. Because that's what I was trying to make it do, and, well, sometimes it gets a little funky about it. But it's fine. I'll also need to power all of these smelters, but that's okay. We'll worry about that in a minute. Just getting them all wired in and set up first. There we go. So after all, fuel won't help if they've got nothing to cook. And it may have seemed like I had a lot of plant matter before, but notice how we've already cut through the majority of it. Iron is still the shortfall. Because it hasn't actually gotten into my pockets yet. There we go. I am going to add the extra inserter on this end now because of the fact that there's going to be a lot of iron building up in front of this. There we go. That'll double the amount of iron going in there. Considering we basically doubled the production, it made sense to double the input. Huh. Kind of like will-o-wisp thing. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is as soon as I doubled that, now they don't actually have enough going around. I can just double the amount of inserters coming out of these, though, because they have more than enough material, they're just not able to output it. Which fast inserters will also radically change this situation, most likely. And I could probably do this whole thing cleaner than this, but this is going to do the job just fine. And this did admittedly burn through the material I was going to use to do the required task in here. But that's okay. I also made more I'm making more containers than I need, but that's because I'm assuming I'm going to need containers for myself at some point. There we go. Just need to make the 4 inserters and the 9 more belts to get the terminal upgrade. Which that terminal upgrade will get us up here, I think. I seem to remember that that's a thing. Ooh. I don't remember these, but I also didn't look over here last time. Mass collect would be nice. Because that'll get us plant matter at a exponentially faster rate. There we now we're stocking up iron much faster than copper, but we're also carrying a bunch of copper, so that's fine.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Production terminal Victor.
I don't...
Breaker, this is the time to activate the mole in your tech tree and build one. We won't be able to cut through to Sector Victor without it.
So fun fact, I'm not supposed to have triggered that yet. When I did the test, this triggered in a completely different order, but for some reason clicking on that made that happen now. I literally can't do that right now because of the fact that I don't have access to the mole. But now you guys know that the mole exists and that we need it to go to another production terminal when you weren't supposed to know that, so keep that under your hat. You didn't hear that. Early access. And my tendency to break things kicking in as well. Both are factors here. Because after we turn these things in is when the next step is supposed to trigger. Is now Lima's fixed completely.
Beacons are back online. Inspect the radio console right next to the screen. It'll start beeping and blinking in 3, 2, 1.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Life sign.
Yep, there's a
Access
life
to all
sign.
local facilities should be restored, including the one I've been stuck in this entire time. I've set an unlock code to the door. I've got some tech you're gonna like, and I know you wouldn't dream of leaving without me anyways.
Sure, I wouldn't leave without you, female voice I don't know at all.
Sending that signal was more complicated than you think. I don't know why, but these computers feel like second nature now. Sort of the opposite of what I remember being like. I'd be the one to get you out of a situation like this, instead of the other way around. But I'm not giving up. That's how I know it's still me in here. You'll see.
No, you're really sounding like a robot now, lady. Gotta tell you, something about you don't add up. But nothing about you added up from the beginning of this whole idea, so... Let's see what we find. There's a glowy thing over there. That looks important. A lot of science happened here. At least lots of microscopes.
Casualties detected.
No, that's not ideal. As I step up onto the desk. Hold that thought. There's things to loot. Like fast inserters and advanced circuits. Guess I'll take the thingy.
What? You've never seen someone stuck inside an alien cube next to their own dead body before?
It is a little weird.
Whatever I was trying to do here, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it didn't work out. Hopefully, it was worth a shot. Let's go.
I mean, at least you still have a consciousness to work with, I guess. I hope you enjoy living in my pocket, because, well, you're stuck there now. Weird situation, somebody being stuck in a
Stop.
cube.
Scan the fragment in that cage by the stairs before we go. We'll need that tech to get out of the sector.
And there's the mole that was spoiled for us, and there's 6 research thingies in here, too. I don't think there's anything else in here, because I searched this when I was on my way out, when I did the test. I have not used the mole at all, or anything. This is basically where I stopped. I went back to base and did a little more automation testing and
Local
things.
signal deciphered. Sector headquarters. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation.
Sounds like the terminal is fully rebooted. Check the radio console again and see if the beacon it adds to your HUD gives us a clear path home.
It certainly won't, but sure.
Signal triangulated.
There we go.
New location added to HUD. Production terminal Victor.
This is when we were supposed to get that.
Breaker, this is the time to activate the mole in your tech tree and build one. We won't be able to cut through to Sector Victor without it.
Means first and foremost, it's time to Jenga some more research. I don't have to do this at all. I just find this funny. Also helps keep them out of my way. There's the mole. Oh, there's a flattening ode to the mole that we can get as well. To know. We need to find assembler pieces to make assembler. That's why we don't have that yet.
Mole. Manipulates terrain for traversal and composition of industrial construction sites.
Yeah, there's still an excess in here of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one each of the inserters off of here and change them for fast inserters. And then I'm going to give the copper the same benefit. Or are they not working? That appears to not work. Okay, we won't be doing that then. I presume since we don't have them researched, perhaps we can't use them. Like we don't know how to program them or something. It was worth a try. Because that would have made my life significantly easier, as you might imagine. There we go. The mole. Pinnacle of human technology, huh? Don't know how I feel about that. I'm also gonna grab a bunch of research thingies. And we're gonna quickly go to the inventory. I don't need the pickaxe anymore if I have the mole, presumably, so I'm gonna go ahead and just put the mole here.
Bulletin. This mole is not authorized to destroy resources, critical infrastructure, or protected environmental areas.
Good to know. I can't break things I need to use that by using that. Got it. That's actually gonna be very helpful. Cube. I'm not sure how I feel about the research things taking up physical space. Especially when they can be used up, but not actually removed from physical space. I feel like that's gonna be a problem at some point. Ah, okay, biobricks are a better fuel source. That makes sense. Oh, I can make electricity now as well. Okay. Oh, this is opened up. I want mass collect. That was why I put all of those down. Means I can't get crank generator yet, but that's okay. We can worry about that in a little bit of future time here. I just want to find out how mass collect works. Looks like it's just part of me, perhaps? Hit around to an empty hand. See how this works. Ah! It doesn't seem to do what I want it to do. Maybe that's for picking up from belts and such, not for picking up gatherables. Well, that's sad. That means there was no point in me getting that. Because I assume mass erase is for getting rid of things that you would be using this mode for, since it's called erase mode. Actually, does erase mode work on these? It does not. Okay. Because if erase mode worked on that, I could also in mass gather plant matter that way. Let's actually make forward progress here. We might actually gain something that does what I'm trying to do by going into the next production facility anyway. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. That's aggressive. I like
I
it.
never got the chance to thank you for getting me out of that facility. I appreciate it. At the time, it seemed like the best thing to do was focus on work and not get caught up in thinking about anything else.
Like the fact that
I've tried to
you
stay
are
sharp
in a
for
cube.
both of us.
Yeah.
But now that we're almost back to the main line, I'll admit it. I was terrified. It'll be good to see some friendly faces. And a few thousand twinkling lights.
Well, assuming any
I'm
of
sure
that's
you've got
there.
people there too.
I don't know about that one. These vines, though, are fantastic for plant matter. I'm just gonna scoop all these before I go anywhere. I'm just batting at the ceiling like a crazy person. I cannot appear to fit through there, so... When in doubt, make a way to fit. There we go. Nope, looks like we have to go the rest of the way through that river section. Which it makes sense to follow something natural like this along the way anyway. Because at least we know where it's going. Because it has to go out to a main body somewhere.
I don't understand. A factory the size of a city is supposed to be here.
Well, with
It was
how overgrown
right
it is.
Here. I know it was. Where is everybody?
Well, we don't know how long you were a cube or how long I was in wherever the hell I was, either, to be fair. It presumably was here and has fallen into disrepair since. Again, begs the question, how long were we both out for? And I'm sure we'll theoretically figure out the answer to that question at some point. Okay, the stutter's getting a little worse, so give me a second. Because I had lowered all the settings for the most part when I realized it was being a little grumpy. We'll go and take the voxel mesh quality down. That'll probably fix all that. Just don't mind the fact that the world ceases to exist for a second. It's fine. No one needs to panic. Ah, there's Mole Flanton. Enough stuff to build an actual physical factory. At least a small one.
Now that you've got a core composer, all you need is a big enough power floor and a few crank generators to power it. After that, you'll be able to dump cores into it and never worry about placing them one at a time again.
Ah. 500 of each, huh? Okay.
Task inbound. Core composer. Supply with research cores via belts and inserters for automatic placement and availability.
This terminal is trying to reach out to 100 facilities that might not exist anymore. If we can repair it, we might be able to decipher where those facilities are located.
Assembler fragment.
Our people are out there,
Assembler.
just like we were.
Well,
I would
maybe
ask
they
you
are,
to
maybe
rebuild
they
this
aren't.
sector for the expedition, but I will ask you to do it for them. The faster we get on these signal and repair objectives, the better our chances of finding them will be. Have a
Where's
look
this
at
last
some of the new
assembler
stuff on your
piece?
tech tree. Keep your eyes out for fragments, and let's get to work. Deciphering this first signal by building power floors looks simple enough. I'm sure it won't be that many. I'm pretty sure.
Uh-huh. Ah, low priority things will no longer track automatically. Neat. Where is this last assembler fragment? I just need one more to be able to make assemblers. And that will solve all of my woes. As I feed all of my worldly possessions into machines. Oh, there it is.
Task inbound. Assembler. Power with electricity to produce items in multiplied quantities.
Oh, I need
In
electricity
other
for
words,
it anyway.
even though you can handcraft anything, assemblers will make 2 of them in the same time it takes your portable tool to make 1. And we can build 1,000 assemblers, but nobody could ever build another you.
Well, I don't know about that one. Cloning could be a thing, you never know. There's always the possibility somebody could build a better me.
This looks like a standard field setup for drilling a new shaft, but there are 2 problems with it. The first problem is that we're at the end of the line. The only thing below here is the core, and this shaft doesn't look like it was cut large enough for freight anyways. The second problem is that nobody asked me first. That's a much bigger problem. If whatever they were up to here was bad enough that they thought I would report it, it must have been very wrong or very dangerous. Or both.
I would go out on a limb and assume both. Both sounds correct. I would assume they were going to go touch the core. And touching the core of a planet is probably never a good idea. Considering, you know, the core of the planet kind of holds the whole thing together. You fuck that up and, well, planet might not be a planet anymore, and that would be a bit of a problem for everybody involved. Let's head back to our current setup, though. I see no reason to rebuild everything. What we can do is just pick up everything from over here and move it. Which is what the better erase mode is for. It's definitely less than ideal, though. I would say this could be better, but it's fine. The only thing I don't want to erase yet is the container. Just because I feel like that might make things get a little angry. So we'll save that for last. And I could just, like, set up a belt setup to take the material from this area and bring it over, but I see no point to that. Honestly, that seems completely irrelevant. I'm gonna leave the cores here because I have no reason to take them with me. There we go, we've picked up the entire base, now let's build ourselves a new home. Alright, what's over this way? This is where I dug out, okay. I saw the lights and thought it was a different tunnel. We could, of course, expand upon our setup here as well, because there's so much more space. So much more room for activities. Ignoring that half of it's underwater, but it's kind of fine. We can just build across the water and be okay. I just need to clean the plant life out some more. Which we have a lot of plant matter in our inventory now. We are over 9,000 on that. Which is mildly concerning. So I feel like somehow I still feel like I'm going to need all of that. And that's the concerning part. Trying to place these in a way that they'll produce properly. Because the side of these rocks are a little jank. Which, you know, is probably purposeful so they look natural, but it's a thing. There we go. That seems to be a mineable spot. I wonder if this will work. Hang on, I have an idea. Once again, it slightly janks. Because the idea is we just have that all go onto a communal belt, and then it just goes across, and all of the smelters will pull from the same belt. It's not going to be ideal, but it'll save me some juggling. The only problem is I've now got it in a bit of an awkward spot for expansion, but that's okay. We'll just go this way. Ah, that was a long inserter piece. Okay. I actually kind of want my pickaxe back, now that I think about it. Because using the mole around here is going to lead to disaster. There's a lot of junk in the way. It also doesn't matter if I hit the plants with the pickaxe or if I grab them. So I can just use this to kind of, like, level things out. So I can see better the lay of the land a little bit. Okay, so we had 4 smelters over here before. Okay, that's gonna be one problem with this plan. Okay. I might be able to do a thing here. Yes. Now it'll split and go both ways. Excellent. Now, there's a high probability that these smelters on the ends will be starved a lot of the time, and honestly, that's okay. Which, I know, saying that sounds slightly bad, but doesn't matter. They are machines. They feel nothing. And what I can do is put half of the excess ore from moving the base over into these to feed them for the time being, keep them occupied. And then we bring this all into the center here, just for symmetry's sake. And then it comes out this way. And I guess I'll have it hop across this way. Just so this is a more convenient location, I think, to keep track of it all. Because the copper's over here. So I can bring the iron and copper in together. Just as we had it before. Go. I'm trying to keep things relatively neat and tidy. Just so I don't have to go looking all over the place for it at any point. I did, however, kind of put my stuff in a stupid spot here. Because, as mentioned before, inclines are kind of derpy in this so far. I'm assuming there's probably a better way to handle them, I just haven't figured it out yet. There's no on-screen indication telling me, oh yeah, you use this button to make your belt not stupid on an incline. Now, we don't have sufficient smelters to build the exact same setup over here, and there's also the simple fact of the matter that there's a lot less access to the copper over here, it looks like, than there was for the iron anyway. Unless these can extend forward somehow. Wait, I had a spot for a second. Hopefully that gets copper and not just dirt. If it's even possible for that to happen. It's getting copper. Okay, very good. No longer a concern. And don't get me wrong, I could manually terraform the areas that are problems as far as the lumps go, but I don't think it's that big a deal. No, go this way. This one's gonna have to be slightly different than the other one just because of the fact that this whole position is slightly jank. No, there we go. As long as it's able to pick up all the ore, that's what matters. Okay. And then just for sake of... we'll have it go this way, across where the smelters will be. And then the smelters will spit it out, going back over to this belt here. And that should be good enough. It's not going to be as neat and tidy as I want it to be, but it'll do the job. There we go, that's hooked up. Now I just need to get any other smelters I want to add to the system added in as we go. But for right now, since copper was doing fine as it was, I'm not going to worry about it. Because it seems like I was talking out of my ass earlier in that copper makes faster than iron, as they typically do in these kind of games. There we go. Both of those are now properly automated once again. That should keep us stocked on everything we could desire in terms of metal. There's the other missing long inserter piece. And considering it's having a little bit of a time frame rate wise occasionally, that's why I'm not going way out of my way to go crazy with the automation and go make a mega factory or anything, because I don't want to drop my frame rate to nothingness. It will be a very big inconvenience if I did that. This way, we have metal automated again, and it's going to a convenient location-ish. I might move that container elsewhere, but it's convenient relative to where the metal currently resides. So it will do for the time being. The fact that the music's just gone and I'm left with my thoughts is upsetting. I do not wish to be left with my thoughts. I mean, there's the soothing sound of the waterfall. That's not that helpful. Especially when I was already considering I should go to the bathroom. And then there's a waterfall. I'm like, oh, why? There we go. We just need to go collect some more of the copper, which by now there should be a good chunk of it done. That's going to set us back a little bit in terms of getting anything done. But again, if I'm going to step away to the bathroom for a minute anyway, it works out because that means that there's plenty of time for it to make all I'm going to need again. In fact, there's exactly what I needed. Convenient. And I know the game's got a whole pile of things it wants me to do, but I want to grab this upgrade right quick. Because it'll open up more options for us.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
It's time to put those crank generators and power floors to use, Breaker. To make plant matter frames, you'll need planters and threshers, and they only run on electricity.
Okay,
After
so you can
grow and thresh
automate that.
Kindlevine, you'll need to thresh the Kindlevine stems it produces a second time to turn them into plant matter fiber. And then you can either craft the plant matter frames by hand or build an assembler to do it for you twice as fast. And that's a lot of new tech to activate. So if you haven't built a core composer yet, now is the time.
Okay. So at least you can automate the plant fiber, which it makes sense because you already had the Kindlevine seeds. So I already knew that there was going to be a way to do that. We just didn't have access to it quite yet. But we also can reach up to here now. Ooh, filter inserters. So that they can go deep into that idea then. Hover pack. That would be very helpful. Accumulator. Hull speed. Hull speed would be nice. Mining speed would also be kind of neat. The beacon will be helpful when we start actually traveling. Because I assume at some point we start traveling distance. This would also be nice, being able to reassign. Okay, I'm going to let this go ahead and process for a minute. So I'm just going to go stand next to the container so I remember what I was doing. And then I'm going to step away for a hot second to the bathroom. And I'll just leave you guys staring at the number go burr. That's probably as good as it's going to get at the minute. So I'll also run an ad and all that good stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, back to business. And it made a decent amount, not as much as I'd hoped, but that's not surprising.
You might want to try crafting a few bio-bricks, Breaker. They'll burn a lot longer than plant matter, and at some point you'll probably want to set up a production line that can feed them directly into your machines. Long inserters might be your friends on that one.
Oh yeah, because they'll reach over belts and all that. That makes perfect sense. Like, this is all the same thing I'm used to doing in Factorio, just applied on a 3D plane instead of a flat plane. There's another copper vein here, but I don't need that. Because honestly, my production is not at such a point that I need an excessive volume of things still. Also really wants me to open this goddamn log, which I do not need. I also don't need this. Why? Let's see. I have a surprising amount of belt still left, too. I really figured I was going to use up all my belts considering the distance I traveled there, but at the same time, I guess the copper didn't travel nearly as far this time, so it kind of balanced out. Now, this whole power floor thing, they want me to worry about. I also didn't get any crank generators, so I'm gonna have to build those myself. Okay, that's how stairs work. I am gonna use the stairs to get off the ground. I'm just trying to decide where I want to place the facility as a whole. And I think it's gonna be above the water, like over here-ish. Maybe I'll just have it hop off of here, so it's decently out of the way, because we got plenty of, like, sky clearance here. So I think that'll work. And we'll make it, like, 3 wide, so I can't fall off of it easily.
Task inbound. Power floor. Build to establish structural foundation and conduct electricity from crank generators.
I appreciate that these floors apparently conduct electricity without frying us, presumably.
Local signal deciphered. Ingress AS2013. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation.
I'll get back to you on that in a second there, buddy. I'm just trying to use up the majority of the floors we have. This is never going to be even, because this is just a little too fiddly for me to care enough to do that. Just gonna warn anybody that gets disappointed about that kind of thing now. That's just not something I'm gonna worry about. Okay, the core composer's kind of big, and apparently not liking where I'm gonna try to put it, so we'll deal with that in a minute. I'll probably need to build more power floors and nonsense like that. I'm gonna make the dunging stop before I lose my mind.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Mind the voltage.
I guess there's electricity in my way going that way or something. What do I need to do here? Plant matter frames and more metal. Just exponentially more metal. Okay. That makes perfect sense, honestly. We also don't have the crank generators researched at all yet, which is going to be a mild issue. Can I make the power floors yet? Or have I swindled myself and I'm going to have to rejig this a little bit? I'm going to have to redo this. Great. Great. Love it. Love that for me. Well, this is the longer side, so we'll go ahead and cut part of this side off. I guess I will worry about evening this out a little bit more than I thought I was going to, then. That should be closer to even if it's not even. Which I think it still isn't, but... I also don't know a quick way to get to Tool Belt 2 still. Maybe it's like Shift 2? I don't know. Nope, Shift doesn't do anything for that. Very good. Control... Oh god. Well, that flip switch belt is where, and I don't like that. Don't like that at all. So I'm one of those people that gets used to where something is and doesn't need to fuck with it from that point forward. Even though it takes a second or two to scroll to something, I'd rather do it that way. Oh, this core composer's so fucking big. Don't know if I like this thing. I feel like this is a detriment to my cause. Like, it's probably great once you are able to automate your cores. But till then, it feels like this thing's just a menace. Core clusters are also formed at 10 cores. I still don't know what that means either. I'm just gonna put these on here manually until such a time as we're able to have it work properly. Because right now, all I'd be able to do is throw them into a container and have them belt into it, and that just seems silly. I also don't even know if the core composer needs to be on the power floor. That might just be a complete horrendous waste of the power floor. I don't know. It just makes sense for something like that to be powered. We have enough for the crank generator, so we need to get that, like, right now. I should have gotten basic construction, though, because that's where power... Oh my god, my brain.
Crank generator. Activate with manual or automated rotation to produce electricity.
And that's not my brain of I'm getting confused. It's my brain of why did I do something that stupid? Thankfully, we have plenty of material to make more of these with, so it's not like I'm getting myself stuck. I'm just inconveniencing myself in a way that I'm annoyed with myself about. There we go. Now it also doesn't matter if we waste power floor, because we can literally just make more. So everything is fine. Speaking of, let's go acquire our remaining resources that are available. I'm also probably gonna run around with the pickaxe out like all the time, just so I can do stuff like this. I get annoyed and I just tap a machine with the pickaxe to show my displeasure with it. One of these times the machine's just gonna blow up when I do that, and honestly, I'm here for it. If that happens, I accept. Make a couple of those, and then we'll start working on making a lot of flooring. And from that point, we'll start worrying about making the assemblers and all that good stuff. Okay, these aren't huge. They do have a bit of a clearance space around them, just like this machine does, so that can get upsetting. Ah, okay. So you crank it manually, and then it lasts for 5 minutes, and then you have to come crank it again, it seems. Okay. That is definitely going to need to be automated, because that's going to be annoying. Since we have the resources to do it, we may as well make a bunch of research cores. Yeah, this is why this kind of game is always a bit of a worry for me as far as whether it's streamable, especially solo or not, because it's like, I'm just kind of going through the motions and doing the same thing. I don't know how into it people are. There's the assemblers. Bingo. Now things are going to get a lot easier, though, because I have the means of production. Okay, they consume 50. That's fine. Build me one of those. Because at the very least, as a case of demonstration purpose, I'm going to put an assembler right here next to the research component thing. In worst case, I'll just dump the necessary components into the assembler to build the research things, and then it'll feed them to the core composer. It's gonna be like a hack job setup, but, you know. How many of my setups in games like this that people have seen have not been hack job setups? Because I'm just moving forward. I'm not worried about aesthetics or efficiency particularly, just get job done. I worry about efficiency in the far-flung future where I have excess. And then I can spend the time doing that. His things are already being done. I broke that so that I could come down here and build the floor from down here so as to not have to worry about falling off the floor. I do like how I can just build a huge chunk of those all in one go without needing to think about it too much. And it all stays connected to the power grid, because the power grid apparently is the entirety of the floor. And no, there is a range limit. Because you'll notice that these aren't lit up. Concerning. Or did the power turn off? Hard to say. Doesn't matter. Oh, perfect timing. The assembler's, well, this thing's kind of an eyesore, but it's okay. We'll do the job. This feels horrendously pointless. I probably don't even really need a belt here, but I'm gonna put a belt here just so the game doesn't have a freak out about it. Because I don't know how it'll handle there not being something there. Like, it may... I don't know if an inserter trying to place something on the ground does what it needs to for the other inserter to pick it up or not. I don't know if they can, like, hand-to-hand. And unfortunately, I can't, like, put those in there. And I can't manually place those in the thing, either. So I'm still gonna have to do the container handover. At least for now. Because I don't feel like placing all of these myself right now. Let's see it do its job. Okay, so the method works. Oh, do the cores just go inside the core composer? Do I not even need to worry about them taking up physical space above it, then? Neat. That makes this thing incredibly helpful. I thought it was just gonna keep placing them automatically on top of it. Either that or just eating my cores. Just gonna make a ton of wire, then I'll make a ton of gears. And then it just becomes somewhat set it and forget it over here. Power usage 750 out of 150. What, does this thing take a absolute mad pile of energy then? Because that's the only thing drawing power up here. Holy hell. So what you're telling me is I'm going to need a lot more crank generators to power this monstrosity. Which would also explain why this isn't actually visibly doing anything. Let's see if removing those takes down the power usage. Or is it the assembler that... No, because the assembler's only 150. Well, it stopped drawing power. Okay. That's why it wanted so much power. Just so that it could do all of them at once, I guess. Just turn around and suddenly... Whoop. Oh! So you'd only have to crank one of them and it cranks all of them. Yes. I want that for certain. Okay. That will actually be very, very helpful. And we were being yelled at about biobricks, so we probably do want those. I may or may not have queued up too much copper wire as well. We are going to be working on that for a while. In the end, what I should do on that score, actually, is I should move the other crank generator, now that we have the ability for them to work together. Crank one. Yep, they both get cranked at the same time now. And I appreciate that they have the nice little bar that goes between them to prove to you, like, yes, this is working. Because this will now allow me to build additional assemblers over here to do the task of actually assembling what's needed for all of that stuff. Though I should probably put the assembler setup on this side, both so it's close to the power generation in case that's actually an issue, and so it's easier for me to network the belts into. So since this is currently not doing its job, let's just rip this all up now while we wait for all the stuff I queued up to build. That fixes that. Now we can fit an additional assembler right up cozy here. Or actually, if I rotate it, I could fit two of them side by side and have them both feeding the necessary components in. So that would actually probably be the smarter way to do that. It's gonna look ugly as sin, but that's also fine. Pre-rolls are back, unfortunately. Don't have enough power floor to do that, so I'm not going to do that. I don't want a weird, uneven mess there that I'm going to fall off of. I guess I should start networking the conveyor belts while I'm waiting for this to do its thing, eh? Now I got one very important question on that score, though. Do I try to network out of the container, or do I just have it continue past the container in the hopes that any of these make it past that? Because that's actually a valid concern now that I think about it. Or, smartest idea ever, actually. Disregard that entirely, have a couple of smelters a little further down the line dedicated to feeding the beast up there, whereas these are dedicated to me having stuff in my pocket for me to use for the time being. Slash resources for upgrading the production terminals. Because we have an excess here, so it's fine. I don't know how to cancel individual crafting, so I'm just going to have to cancel the lot, which is upsetting, but it'll be okay. In terms of priority, this isn't going to work the way I want it to, but it'll work well enough to do the job. Because in the current setup, this is going to prioritize the storage of the material either way. It's not going to be able to generate enough to keep the whole system balanced, necessarily, since it's all going in a long line. But again, that doesn't much matter to me right now. The entire idea behind this is just to get it into a functional position. Oh, this is gonna end up going real stupid, isn't it? I try to tell you to go up there. You're gonna figure that out. I probably need to snake it into line myself, and then it'll figure the rest of that out on its own, hopefully. Nope, it tries to go at floor level instead of coming up here. So do I need to give it stairs? Probably. So we'll stop it, like, right there. Which I do like the fact that I can make a giant conveyor belt from a distance like that. That's actually really nice. And unfortunately, since this is in water, I can't actually build stairs there. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do then is build the stairs, like, here. And bring the belt up like that. Getting the stairs to go to the right height, though, is proving to be a bit of a problem. I'm gonna have to, like, stair one at a time. Or a couple at a time, so they don't fly up to the top of the universe immediately. Okay, that's at the right height now. Now let's see if these can even ascend a staircase. Or if this entire effort was for naught. They can. It is jank, but it's working. Okay, as soon as it runs out of stairs, though, it starts dropping. Now, curiosity, though. What happens if I take the stairs away? At this point. Okay, the belt stays, so there we go. It's... it's a wiggly bastard, but it works. That just means we need to use some power floor temporarily to give the belt somewhere to go through. There's always a method, it's just whether it works well or not is a whole other question. And this will allow me to remove the existing bit I put there, I think, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I am gonna have a mild complication with my planning at the minute, and I know that. Before anybody's like, oh god, he's doing it stupid. I am aware I'm doing it stupid, and I will fix it later. I'm gonna have to do something ugly here in order to fix a thing again. Because it won't place partially hanging off like I want to. I need enough room for the inserters to do their thing, as far as I can tell. So this will at least bring copper to this assembler. It's not gonna be ideal, but again, baby steps. They can only make what works. Work. Yeah. Work, 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 work. I need iron and copper for that, so we'll have this build the copper wires for me. It's doing the thing. It's zapping a blob. Hey, neat, it actually makes the copper wire visibly there. That's nice. I like that. And now copper wire is automated. When the copper ore eventually... Good job, me. Built all of that and you almost fucked that up. Good thing I checked. I was like, wait. The bars aren't making it. Something's wrong. Turns out, the only thing wrong is the fact that I'm the one who was left in charge of doing this. Oh god. Belt, please. It won't back up unless you undo the rotation. For those wondering why sometimes it's freaking out a little bit. It's because it won't back up, so I'm like, How do? What do? Why is this not producing worth anything, though? Because, as I feared, it's not getting much in the way of ore. Okay. I mean, I could just slap an additional miner on the case, probably, and it'd be fine. Except for the fact that, how would I get the miner to exist? I guess I could chip this into shape. Well, I would probably use the mole flattener to chip that into shape, rather than sitting there pickaxing it. You get the idea. Let's see. For the time being, though, that works, because we don't have enough power for this to, like, consistently do its job right now anyway. And it's not like this needs to be going hellbent for leather anyway. Especially considering the amount of copper wire I put in here already. So the other option is I just hand feed this thing iron for the second and have it make the mechanical components instead. That might actually be smarter. Give me that. So it is making 8 copper wire at a time, which is nice. As you can see, I can just feed it 200 iron, and then it'll do its job for the foreseeable future. This means I shouldn't need to worry about research for a while. I am gonna need more cranks, though. The fact that I have to come back to these every 5 minutes is gonna be a thing. But that's a thing we can worry about in the future. I definitely need to expand the floor or space around here, though. This is gonna be a menace to society. And I see and acknowledge the things they're asking me to do. I'm just not worrying about them right now in particular. I have better things on my mind, / other things on my mind. There's great debate whether the things on my mind are better or not. Yeah, I need that floor space before I can do what I want to do here. No, 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 no. No, no. Nope. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Going sploosh all the time. Catch the hole. I can thankfully just use the conveyor belt to get up on this side as needed. And for the time being. And best side is that the floor builds very, very quickly. I'm just gonna patch around this for now, so I don't have to worry about that all being uneven. It just sneaks in through the floor for the time being, and that's honestly visually gonna be nice enough. I'm fine with that. I do find it funny that it's like, you need an unknown amount of crank generators, as the bar visibly increases and basically tells me I'm gonna need 5. Can't imagine what the quantity of generators I'm going to need is going to be. I'm a menace. I know this. I am part of the problem. Okay, we've only got 2 research cores right now, because this pretty much stalled out while the power was off. Oh, that's probably not helping either. The fact that this is jammed with copper wire. There we go. Because it wasn't feeding more copper wire in because the machine didn't need it. And I didn't even think about that till now. Okay, so this will decipher another signal for us. Who knows what that signal
Local signal
does for us.
deciphered. Ingress RH1979. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation. Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Exceptional dimensions.
That could mean a lot of things. I also like that all of the buildings I'm putting up are actually shown on that mini-map pretty cleanly up there. You can see all those green squares where I've built things. Makes it easy for me to keep track of where all my crap is. I do still want to make this situation better. This situation still upsets me. They are at least pumping out... Okay, that one's pumping out as quick as it can make it. This one's jamming up, I guess, a bit because of the fact that it can't output. So I'll just take those and add those to these down here. And that'll solve my other problems. Or I'll accidentally put them all in one, but that's okay. That'll ease the production woes over there anyway. I could run off and go look at some of these things that we've learned about. But I don't know if any of those do anything productive for me. You know, aside from giving me something to do. But if I'm not here to mother hen the damn crank generators, we'd have problems. Wouldn't it be a hell of a thing if an inserter can just reach over and, like, spin to turn the crank generator? Which would make perfect sense, all things considered. All it would need is a motor that spins sideways. As you can see, it's just a simple hand crank. So it could just... zzz, 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 and it would all work just fine. Yeah, this is our data bank. As you can see, they put a lot of information in here for these, which I appreciate. I'm not going to read all of this right now because, God, that's a lot. But it's nice to see that they put all that effort in for all of these things. The research cube is improving. Though this does still leave me with the concern of, eventually it's going to hit the ceiling. What does it do when it hits the ceiling? Does it just stop? If so, that's an inconvenience. Why is fast inserter blocked? Oh, I see the arrow pointing from filter inserter over, so I assume I need filter inserter before I can have fast inserter, which makes no sense at all. You would think you'd need fast inserter before filter inserter. Apparently my life is a lie. Yeah, I don't even have processor units yet to even start working on that thing. Let's go ahead and get suit speed. Because if I'm going to be running off to those things, I may as well have speed. It's a pity, unlike in something like Factorio, I can't, like, limit these slots, so I could have it, like, go only up to, like, 4 stacks of these, for example. And then it would be able to overflow and be put somewhere else. But maybe there's a way to do that, just not that way. Appreciate the bits, Tiny, and hopefully work's going well. Thank you for dropping by while I sit here and try to understand the workings of my own factory. Just gonna get rid of this giant thing. There we go. So we do at least have long inserters, which is not what I need. I would much rather have the fast inserters. Which might actually work now. So I see no reason why they would suddenly start working. But, I can dream. At this rate, we're gonna just end up covering over this entire area in powered floor. Just pave the universe. Pardon? Just preemptively expand the floor that way. Because I'm just going to keep extending the generator line further and further to make more and more power. Yeah, this is still going to go for quite a while. I mean, I guess the only thing for us to do, to a certain extent, is to go wander out and find more of the fragments and such that we need for some of this other technology. It's either that or I work on making those plant matter frames, which I don't especially want to do at this exact second. I know I'm going to have to do it soon, sooner rather than later, to get the production terminal upgrade, but... yeah. And all of this will run on its own, aside from the power running out. So... Let's at least nose around a little bit and see if we find anything interesting. Is there... Okay, there is an actual map, and... Oh. Oh. Help. It's a 3D map. So it appears to be a 3D map only of 3D space we've been in. Which is nice and not at the same time. Now, it's kind of odd that these signals are back where we came from, it looks like. And there's a square of green icons inside this wall, it looks like. So let's get out our mole. Let's see about burrowing in there to see what's what. Oh!
Hey, a battery pack. Sorry, an accumulator substation. I'll try to go easier on the recon slang. It might help you guess at what those signal names are short codes for. Accumulators won't matter for a while, but get in the habit of scanning anything and everything you find in places like these.
I mean, I already was gonna do that. So we found where the accumulator fragments live, which it makes sense with it being AS that it was gonna be an accumulator area, considering what we were needing and what was listed there. Still not sure what RH would be, though. I have no context for RH, particularly. On the bright side, we're getting a lot of materials from these, even if I don't end up using them to make accumulators. Though I am going to have to, for one of the signals. Doesn't mean I have to do it now.
If anyone else is still around, they wouldn't be here.
Oh, blue
These places
fragment.
were pretty much built and left alone.
So there's gonna be a different kind of science at some point as well. 3 free crank generators. Don't mind if I do. There's the hover pack.
This sector was a dream come true for hydroelectric power. It isn't surprising that we took accumulator construction seriously down here. I faintly remember power sources in other sectors that were even stronger, but they also tended to do things like explode, set things on fire, create giant clouds of poison. You get the drift.
I mean,
Can't go wrong with a good old-fashioned river.
if your power source explodes, that is still generating a lot of power, just not the kind of power you need. Now, I could be cheeky and attach this accumulator bunch to my base. All I'd have to do is, like, send a finger of power floor to the base, I think, and it would attach. Let's try it. Why not? Why are you trying to build down there? Dum dum dee 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 dum dee 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 ta 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 dee 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 dee. Ah! It didn't exist yet. Just connecting what's basically a power line. This almost seems like cheating. I don't know if these work on the vertical, but we'll find out. This amuses me greatly, and I have no good reason for it other than it's very silly. There we go, get the hover pack. I assume I need to make the hover pack. Yep. Easy to make, though. Ah, it's equipable though, so we'll go ahead and put that on 4. Ooh. Looks like it's got a limited height though. But you can modify said height by being in places where there is more ground underneath you. Yeah, this is all lighting up, so this is connected. Who needs to build more accumulators when you can just use the busted up old ones that are laying around? Yep, it's all hooked up. Nice. And they are storing power for me. That's actually going to solve a lot of my problems, because that means the accumulators will draw all of the excess power and stash it all away. And with it all stashed away, we'll be able to leave the base for longer periods of time without having to worry about the power running out. I'm going to go ahead and put a staircase in as well to get me back up from checking on this area without having to use the hover pack all the time. So I think I'm going to stop expanding the base further this way. Basically, when we even out with where the staircase comes from. No, 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 no. There we go. Nice and evened out. Assume these are still going, but I'll reset the crank just to be on the safe side. We also can put in the new cranks we picked up for free. Boop, boop, boop. Make sure all of those are cranked and going. Behold the power line. Still overloading occasionally, and oh, well, that's expanded since the last time we were looking at that. You know how I was concerned about hitting the ceiling? That concern's getting bigger and bigger by the minute. Can't imagine why. We are gonna run out of copper wire before too awful long, though. So it's gonna cap out, and that'll be fine. I could gain the ability to make my own accumulators, but I have zero reason to. We need processor units for a thing, so we'll grab those. I'm not worried about having another core thingy right now. I do want the flattener mode for the mole to allow me to renovate the world a little bit for things like the copper problem. But for now, let's go see about getting to RH next. We can probably follow the water right here a decent bit of the way. If I could just crouch, I could sneak underneath this and get where I'm going just fine. There we go. Maybe it's some kind of refinery? Because there's pipes. Or, oh no, this is more high voltage cable from the accumulator zone, I think. Yeah. So whatever is over here is going to need high voltage cable to run. Presumably. Ooh, that... Oh, maybe it's a rail hub, actually. Because if you look at the area you can see on the map there, railway would make sense. Get to that in just a quick second. There we go. Through the wall. What do we got here? Yeah, it might be a railway hub. Thank you for the raid, Shiro. Hope you can hear me by now. Get you shouted out while I've got a moment here. There you are. I assume you were doing more Devil May Cry today? Yep. How'd that work out for you? And welcome in, everybody, to Techtonica, where I'm just sitting here building factories and trying to figure out what happened here. That's the short version. So far, it's pretty good. You know, it's a little slow because the nature of games like this is always a little slow. But it's been interesting. Nice. Glad to hear it for you. Hopefully you haven't been having any more internet issues, because I remember seeing that that was causing some problems on Twitter. Yeah, so far, all of the mechanics are well built for this. I would just very much say that anyone interested in picking this up would probably want to wait till they have a group together for this, because this is multiplayer. And by yourself, it's just a little bit too quiet for a lot of people, probably. Now, how am I getting into here is the question. Well, that's not where I wanted to go at all. Our digging tool, the mole here, is not exactly the most consistent thing. And it looks like this is actually actively blocked off from me being able to, like, mine into the top of this place. Repair required, I see that. It might be that I have to repair something somewhere nearby before it works. Let's try breaking in over here. Because it looks like there's more of the place actually over here. Oh, wait. Ooh. This isn't what I thought this was. This definitely looks like something I want, though. How do I get in here, though? That is the important question. Because I can't break these. For those wondering, I can't just break my way in. Otherwise, I would have done that already. Oh, this might punch right into it, though. I'll take a look at this side. Yep, overheated the mole. No, still can't get in. And I can't, like, poke my scanner in well enough to steal any of that. We definitely want everything that's in here, though, because I see a lot of hubs. Looks like a bunch of assemblers and such in here, too. Even if we don't have much of a use for the fragments, because they might not actually be new technology compared to what we have. Is for all of those coming in, basically how you gain new tech in the tech tree is by scanning broken versions of it. You've got to find all the relics left behind by the people who were here before me. I also wouldn't be surprised if I'm trying to go about this the hard way. Knowing me, I probably am. Might be like a completely safe and sane entrance over here or something. No, there's just lights. Let me pull up the big map so you can see it a little better. Because that's where all of those machines and such we saw were. It might be that I can dig through here, though, and get to that. Might also be wasting my time. I don't know. We'll find out. Actually, smarter man, dig near the light, because the light would presumably be where a cave-in would have happened on the entrance. at least that's what I would assume. There we go. I knew I'd find a way in here eventually. There's another one of the broken high voltage cables. Scoop that up. What does this need?
Door unpowered and secured.
Okay, so it just needs power or to be restored to it. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Chop that just so I have a convenient way in and out. Let's see. I'm reflexively picking up the plant matter, but I don't particularly need it anymore. As you probably saw by the fact that I had 7,000 of it when I picked that up. Home, I think, was this way. But yeah, to bring a little bit of clarity based on what little we know about what's going on here, we woke up in this random facility underground, came out and had this voice talking to us, telling us to repair some of the machines around here to figure out more about our own situation. We then discovered this cube. This cube has the consciousness of somebody who was working here before in it, who is still very confused about her situation, considering she apparently put herself in this cube, but she doesn't remember much, so she's not really sure why she's in the cube or why she ended up dead or any of that. And needless to say, being jammed in an alien cube is probably a very confusing situation, so that's a whole thing. And over here is the base I've been building so far. It's a mess, so, you know, mind my dust, but those are all of the research cores that I've got so far. That's what allows me to access things in this tech tree over here. Aside from needing to find the fragments of said technology. Both are necessary. And you also have to repair each of these production zones sufficiently in order to gain each tier of production. But that's going to keep building more and more of those cores on top of itself, presumably until it hits the ceiling. I don't know what will happen when it gets there. I'm a little concerned about that reality. But this is my, like, half-thrown-together automation over here. I gotta crank the generators back up before it'll do anything, though. Neat thing about power in this game is this whole floor is what conducts power for the machines in this game. So as long as you've got your generators on the same floor as everything else, it's all powered. Don't need to worry about wires or anything. It's all very convenient. We found an area full of accumulators to store power over in that cave there, which is why I have this random finger floor going out over there, so that I could actually hook up to the accumulators to store power automatically. So I don't need to fiddle around with any of that. Half of these were broken, so I just picked those all up and then moved on with my life. Still not sure what this thing is. It doesn't let me scan it or anything, it's just here. I should go check on all of my production, though, to make sure that it's not run out of fuel. Is everything in this game, as far as mining machines and smelters we have currently, all run on plant matter? And judging from the fact that this is all dark, yep, it's all run out. It's a good time. I don't know if I'd recommend this over Satisfactory, for example, quite yet, because it's still in early access. But if you like the aesthetic of being underground and all of that, and following the mystery of this situation, this probably would serve you better than Satisfactory. Because a lot of the systems in place are very similar. I always enjoy a good factory game, but I don't know if this is quite there yet for me. But again, I may just need to have somebody else along to keep me from getting too lost in what I'm doing and keep things interesting. Yeah, the mines ran out, so that stopped being powered. Which is why it didn't run out. 500 plant matter lasts these quite a long time, so I don't need to pay attention to it particularly often. There we go. I found a hover pack in that accumulator place as well. That's why I can sometimes just kind of fly around. It has a limit, though. I can only hover this high off the ground. As far as I've been able to tell. I can't, like, go higher or lower or anything. I just hover up here. Which is great for placing things like conveyor belts and such. Let's see, I just need to give this more iron and it'll keep on doing its thing. There we go. Because I have copper automated going here, I just didn't automate the iron going here as of yet. So I've been getting distracted on this, that, and the other thing. Which would be the other perk to having another pair of hands around, is you don't end up leaving things unfinished because you needed to do something else as much. Let's see. I can bring the iron up from here. What I'm about to do is going to look a little jank. Just understand that it's necessary for this purpose. Is conveyor belts won't actually climb on their own if there's nothing for them to climb up. So if I put a staircase there, and eventually cycle back to my conveyor belts, the conveyor belt will climb the stairs, thus allowing me to send iron up here. I overshot my mark slightly, but that's okay. Gotta find the right spot. There we go. The only problem is, as you can see, it has no floor, so it just falls immediately. So we'll just bring a floor over. I can always remove that once this is all in place, including the staircase. So that nothing ends up looking too awkward. This is running right into my power setup, though, which is upsetting. You can thankfully just delete anything immediately. No effort, no real issues. You know, as long as you don't delete something you need. Then you're gonna have an issue, but that's a whole other situation at that point. And the power ran out again. I'm gonna need to crank again. And compared to other factory games, the only other thing you need to make sure of is things have to have an inserter to interact. They can't actually, like, run the conveyor belt straight into it or anything. It doesn't work. But now this conveyor belt will stay up just fine on its own. And I can just clear all of these out of here. And this will just split the iron that's going to each place. And all this iron going over here is doing is giving me a stockpile of iron that I can use for whatever purposes I need it for anyway. So it's not really the biggest deal that this gets shortfalled a little bit. For sake of not overloading my computer, I've not been going crazy with the amount of machinery set up. So I could absolutely expand this to crazy levels if I wanted to, but I haven't had a need for it, so I've not been going all in. That's the basic factory tour at the moment. There's not a lot going on in here yet. Because we only just got assemblers about half an hour ago, maybe? Something like that. And the only thing I built an assembler to do was just automate research. Half of the purpose of making anything right now is in order to repair these terminals, which is what I was talking about before with getting up the research trees. As you can see, it takes a lot of material to upgrade these, and I need to make plant matter frames, which I still haven't gotten around to doing. Because that looked like it was going to be a whole process. And I've already taken up a lot of my power floor doing this, which is a mess right now, and I really should do a better job, but it'll be fine for the time being. We'll just make a bigger floor going this way. Okay, let's figure out how this whole process works for these plant matter frames. Okay, so plant matter frame needs plant matter fiber. Plant matter fiber is where? I know it said something about a thresher being needed and all that, which we don't have. We don't have access to the thresher, so I'm still missing something. Because I need to go find the... Where is it? I need to find 2 fragments for threshers. And, you know, finding the planters would be nice. And I'm betting that's what's in the thing that has no power over there. Because that's what this all looked like, was the plant machine over there. So I guess I need to figure out high voltage wire then, don't I? No, I can't do that. Maybe I just bring power over there in the form of, like, making some crank generators and throwing a power floor? Or in place? I could try. Worst case, it doesn't work. There doesn't appear to be, like, fall damage or anything either. I've jumped off of crazy places already. Need to get around. And I've noticed that the music has a habit of just wandering off. Because you notice we had music up until a minute or 2 ago, and now there's just no music again. I don't know why. I could put on my own, but that would be a lot of juggling. And right now I don't have a setup for it readily in place. Which is why I've not typically been worrying about it. But I know it can make things significantly less interesting for people at times. I was not expecting this to just have the music disappear so frequently. Now, the only problem is, where on this thing would I put the power? And I guess I would just bring it right to this.
Door unpowered and secured.
So the thing is, the last time something like this was happening, we needed to be able to repair the hub enough to get in. But we physically can't repair the hub without what I think is in here. Given the way this place looks. That very much looks like a planter right there. Or that I'm looking at there. But it's possible that I get the thresher somewhere else. So this plan might not work, but I'll try it. Just for sake of argument. Wait, no, there's power floor right there, actually. What am I doing? I don't need the power floor.
Power restored.
Aha! Give me all your
Jackpot.
things.
A warehouse. I knew that gigantic door was a good sign. Scan this place for some basic electrical machines, especially those planters and threshers on the racks. And pick up anything else you can find.
These filter inserters will also be very handy to us because we'll be able to gain access to fast inserters by researching these. Which will, of course, expedite anything that's requiring inserters. And, you know, we're getting lots of free inserters and parts by scanning these anyway. What's in these? Nothing. Okay. But I can't pick them up. Much to my eternal disappointment. That one confuses me slightly, that you can't pick them up.
Mold temperature
Monorails.
calibrated.
Huh.
Auto injection of coolant standing by.
I guess they were transporting the the stuff here, not actually using them. So I guess maybe I was right the first time thinking this was a railway. 400 conveyor belts, card. And the coolant, I think, is what it was talking about with the auto-injection for the mole. So it will overheat less. Which is a minor concern, all things considered.
Task inbound. Supply facility access door with self-repair materials.
I need a bunch of processor
required
stuff.
to manufacture.
Look through the window breaker. I can literally see the mining charge tech fragment on that table. What kind of miserable bureaucrat puts high explosives behind a securely locked door? You think we would be here if we didn't know what we were doing?
Yes. Because you know who doesn't know what he's doing at all right now?
I want you to fix that door as soon as possible. I want you to blow things up.
Now you're speaking my language, though. I understand blowing things up. I'm quite good at that, usually. Just creep around in here and grab all of the things. Everything goes in my pocket. All the things are mine. You know, that window's broken. What's stopping me just going... Oh, no, I guess it isn't actually broken. It just looked like it from an angle. There's also still nothing realistically stopping me from just breaking a window and getting in that way. Also, why is a window stopping this crazy scanning device I have? Like, I have many questions. There's a lot of filter inserters here and a lot of planters. Like, they had a big operation going here. It's a pity I can't just fix these and make use of all of them instead of having to build my own. But on the bright side, we're getting lots of free parts. Ooh.
Lots of good tech fragments here, but I doubt we'll find any.
Even more electricity.
People would take what they needed and get back out there.
I'm taking everything. I don't want to hear it, lady. You told me to take the things I need. To me, everything that is not nailed down is something I need. It's not like anybody else is going to use it anyway. I'd take the nails, too, if I could. And I'll, of course, be taking back my generators. Ooh. Fast belts, too. Nice. Okay, that's where we were looking in from before. Which is open now, because of course it is. Oh well. I could check all of the containers, but I doubt any of them have anything in them. I'll check this one. Yeah, that one doesn't have any, so the rest of them probably don't either. We'll reclaim our power generation. No, it stays open anyway. Convenient. Pack size 2 was sitting there. Okay. Pays to look around, because you never know what you might find. Oh, and for all of those that came in, you also have data logs for everything you scan. And I do mean everything. So if you like backstory and lore and all of that being logged, they got you covered. Which is another thing I appreciate. Let's get back to base and make use of all of these planters. Here's that we now have access to making. And what's this?
If everything else is right where we left it, my camp might as well be too. If you were part of my crew, you probably recognize this place. Procedure was to take a portable habitat module into the field. That wasn't for us. So we rigged an assembler to make all this instead. We did everything our own way, but whatever they needed for the expedition, we found. People leave you alone when you get results. Those were good times. At some point, something else started to matter. That part is all a blur. I know we were supposed to go home.
Did you all go native? Is that the thing? Did you get too close to the planet you were on, so now they wiped you out so that they could do something terrible to this planet? Is that the whole thing we're dealing with here? Because I'd believe that. Corporate overlords didn't like what you were doing, so they took care of the problem. It's a little too real when you think about it that way, but at the same time, it makes perfect sense. Never did scan these lily pads either. Maelstrom Lotus and Painter's Lily. They gave these some very nice names. Wisptail. I really should have been making more floors and such in my pocket while we were making this journey. But too late to worry about that now. You can also just slowly ride conveyor belts to where you want to go if you feel like being particularly lazy. Or in my case, you want to take a drink but still get where you're going. Crank the machinery back to life. Which, speaking of, we may as well book a couple more of these into the line. There we go. That's the extent of what we can put in one line right now without moving stuff around, though. Let's see. Oh yeah, I had already built this extension over here, and we're probably going to use this extension for the planting area, probably, then. I said probably twice, didn't I? Doesn't matter. Gonna need to make the area bigger, though, for certain. Oh, right, I didn't research them. I was like, why do I not have it? The same problem as usual, I forgot to do one part or another of it. Yeah, this is blocked by not having filter inserters, so we grab that. Fast inserters are very expensive. Noted. We also know about Mark II conveyor belts now, presumably from picking them up. Smelting speed would be nice, but we need planters. I screwed up slightly, and now we're gonna have to wait to get threshers.
Inserters must be configured to transfer materials and products of a selected type. Electrical power required.
Output is full. Oh, it ran out of wire.
Filter inserters are especially critical for machines like threshers that produce both seeds and plant matter. You might not want to have different things spitting out to the same line or getting pulled into the same machine. And the filter inserter is going to help you with that.
Task inbound. Planter. Supply with seeds to rapidly reproduce fully grown flora. Electrical power required.
That is one thing I'll say in this game's favor the most, is a lot of games of this type do not give you much tutorialization, don't really tell you how things work or explain the logic behind a lot of things. That's one thing this has been doing very well. Like the fact that they took the time to say, hey, you might not want things all feeding out to the same output. And things like that, because that usually isn't something that gets brought up. So that's a nice little extra bit that they added with the dialogue for this. Actually, yeah, that's a point. This game would be very good as somebody's first automation game. That is a niche that I think this would fulfill quite nicely. If you haven't played games like Factorio or Satisfactory or anything like that, this game would still be accessible to you just fine. From the experience I've been having it with it so far. And this is a genre that honestly really could do with an accessible game. Because as much as it's a genre I enjoy, I know a lot of people couldn't get into it because they could not get past the first steps because it just was a lot to dig through initially. There we go. This is fully automated now. So we will constantly have the research tower continuing to climb. It's like, take a game like Factorio, for example. Its tutorial is okay. Or at least the tutorial it had when I first learned it many moons ago was strictly okay. Maybe it got a lot better since then. I've never needed the tutorial again since, so I've never looked at it. So I could be talking out of my ass on that a little bit. And I know Satisfactory teaches you a fair bit, but I don't remember them mentioning a small detail like multiple outputs and such. At least not in a coherent way. It just, like, I think it mentioned it in passing and then kept going. Whereas a lot of this feels like it was designed specifically to be as straightforward as possible. So I feel like it goes into an easier part of the niche that is automation games. Now, I know for a fact that there are also other easy to understand, easy to get into automation games out there. I just didn't play that many of them. I can only speak to the experience I've had with the genre. There we go. That allows me to get up and down easier and still have plenty of room to work. This should allow me the space I need to do what I need to do. And every time you hear that thump noise, that's another one of the research things getting placed up above me. Which, I'm still very concerned about this whole thing eventually hitting critical mass and hitting the ceiling. But, you know, fingers crossed that doesn't get to be that big a problem. And we are going to need to get a better power solution. Ideally sooner rather than later. Build 2 threshers, 2 planters for the moment. Because I don't know what their production speeds are, and I don't know exactly what their needs are, so I don't want to go crazy with them. I do know that I need a bunch of the stuff that they make. And our tool belt is filling up. Upsetting. I'm going to put the threshers down this end because I'm going to need to be able to have decent access to them. And I'll put them like side by side like this. No, I can't. They take up too much space. Okay, we'll make do with 1 thresher for the moment and figure it out from there. I also need to fix my toolbar. Take everything off of it. I'll fix it from the word go here instead of trying to figure out what to do with it. It was a disaster area and it just keeps getting worse. Let's see. I want power floor to be here. Basically, I want the things I need quickly and easily accessible down there. And everything else matters a lot less. Because these are the things I use all the time. Everything else is gravy. I place a fair few of those. I don't actually need this on the bar after using it initially, it seemed, because I was still able to fly, but I'm going to put it like back here just in case it does still need to be on the bar. Containers don't matter too much anymore, but I'll put them in there just to be on the safe side. I don't think there's anything else in this inventory that I need on my bar right now, though. I'm sure I'll find out something I'm missing at some point along the way. And, of course, the bar will refill, I think, as I make things that I don't have in my inventory. It will automatically place them there again. Which could end up being a nuisance, but, well, you know. We'll do something like this for the second. Okay, it doesn't, like, have a crafting thing it needs. It just gets fed and destroys what it's fed, then. Okay. There's the planters. let's put them like this, because what I can do is have them both feed out onto the same line. And then go to the thresher. And if anybody has questions, do feel free to speak up. I will do the best I can to explain either the game's logic or my own logic, depending on which part is confusing. So I would not be surprised if my logic is confusing. Because the way I do things tends to be, what logical people would consider incorrect. On a regular basis. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that planting these is what I want. Because the Shiverthorn, I assume, is for the coolant. So it may be worth my while, actually, to have, like, a container over here feeding out seeds to these, so that they're always filled with seeds. Like, I am trying to explain myself as I go, but I can never promise that I catch everything in terms of my own thought process, considering my own brain loves to skip thoughts on me and not tell me things. I'm still gonna need to move that out another step. No, other way. Thank you. Like that. No, I went one step too early. Because you always gotta leave a spot for the inserter. Which inserters, thankfully, don't need power, which is a wonderful thing compared to things like Factorio and such, where they would always be complaining, you don't have power, we can't work now. Sadness. And a sad inserter is not very helpful, as you might imagine. I don't really need to keep the power floor here, necessarily. But I'm gonna go ahead and just put it there just for sake of argument. And it'll stay there because I don't feel like dealing with removing it and juggling it around right now. There we go. Ah! Well. Yeah, I could try to shenanigan my way up there, but it's not worth it. I'll just walk around. Now we put all the seeds in there. And watch as the system works.
Be advised that all generated outputs must be relieved for production without disruption.
Ah, I see. Right, because it does make more seeds. Which is something I'll just have feed back into the container over there. I just need to have... This is why they said they wanted filter inserters for this. Which, I listened. I didn't pay attention, necessarily, but I did listen when they told me that. What I'll probably do is have these two output to, like, a container for now. That's one thing I don't particularly like with this, is the fact that you can't have it directly output to a container. There has to be space between these. So I have to do silly nonsense like this. Which just doesn't feel right, but the game will do what it will do. This will take the seeds out, and this will take the other things out. Now, I'm just gonna have this jump over these, rather than making a whole rigmarole out of it. And there we go. The seeds automatically go back into the container. That automatically feeds them back into the planters. And the thresher will automatically do everything it needs to do. I no longer need to look at this entire setup. This is hands-off now. It's ugly, but it works. Now I just need to figure out what I do with that. And I think that's exactly what I needed for... No, because that's not... It's not the same icon. Unless maybe it is meant to be the same thing and it just doesn't look the same? Question mark? Because it also doesn't have a tooltip. Which is mildly concerning. But then, and again, remember, this is early access. And I do now have the question of, well, if it's supposed to be produced into something, how am I going to make automating that work? And I think, in the end, horrible conveyor crimes are going to have to happen again. Specifically, we're going to have it output here. Come this way. Jump over this belt and go over here. Because I didn't think this through, and I don't feel like redoing the whole setup to fix that. I'm just gonna move it over here and pretend nothing bad happened. And we'll just build an assembler and hope that it does what I want it to do from there. Because I presume that we'll be able to just make the plant matter frames. Now, this may be a foolish presumption on my part. So I could very easily be wrong. But I'm gonna hope I'm not wrong. I just gotta find the assembler in my inventory. There it is. As I go the longest way around possible. Well done, me. Very, very effective. Nope. So didn't it say something about them needing to be threshed twice? Am I remembering right when they said that, potentially? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Wouldn't be the first time I've been crazy. That's actually a really good point. Let's test that theory. Now, mind you, I don't know how putting something through a thresher twice will make it into what basically looks like a larger form. But I'm going to just cross my fingers and hope that that's the logic and it will work. I'm going to need to put it over there anyway. That's why I didn't go too crazy with removing the belt. Basically, what this means then is I just remove this instead. Yep, that's exactly what I needed, and that ends up with Kindle Vine extract as a extra byproduct I need to worry about. Okay. That's fine. Because basically what that means I do is I put that in the wrong place again. Un momento. one step further over. We put a filter inserter there and a filter inserter there. Filter inserter number 1 pulls this stuff out, and this filter inserter pulls that stuff out. We're gonna have the Kindle Vine extract just run off to a chest for now, because I don't know what to do with it. And it needs to go somewhere. And this stuff will, of course, just be fed into the assembler in order to make the thing I actually wanted, which was the plant matter frames. There we go. Problem solved, everybody's happy. Except whoever wanted those plants not to be destroyed, because, well, those plants are pretty much screwed. And of course, anybody that wanted a nice clean setup also is doomed to disappointment. These things don't need to be going to a container, like, at all. But I feel like this is eventually going to jam up and overflow, so having the container would be a good thing to keep it from permanently jamming. And I don't anticipate this filling with Kindle Vine extract until the heat death of the universe has already happened. I can't help but notice that that went wide suddenly up there, so I assume it's hit the ceiling. And that could potentially be a problem, as we've discussed multiple times. Let's get pack size too. Now everything can fit more stacks, I presume. Is how that works. Let's get an additional core composer, because we're gonna need another one of those at some point. Because this one's looking like it's hitting the logical limit of what it can do. I'm kind of scared of it eventually, since it's expanding outward now. It might just consume the entire base at some point, which is a scary concept. I might walk away for a while if I, like, leave the game running, and I'll just come back to a base that's nothing but research cube. It'll just, like, take over everything. Which is pretty funny. Let's see. Oh, right, because the output on this is full. I mean, honestly, it doesn't particularly matter, so just feed it to the same chest for the time being. Like, if this was something that built very fast and I was gonna build a crazy amount of both, I would worry about having to put them in separate chests, but honestly, for this, I doubt it matters. Because we just need 180 of them to do the thing up there, and presumably I need them for a few other things as well. But I don't know that as of yet. Speaking of... Ow. Grab all of this. They're still running okay, but I should probably top them up. That little bit of stutter from the game there really almost caused me a problem. This is what happens when you have way too much plant matter on hand. You can just fill all of that up and not even think about it. The iron side's probably going to need a little bit of attention soonish as well. You can also automate sending all of this stuff into this area here, but I don't like my stuff being randomly... Well, not really randomly, but constantly drained away like that. I prefer to keep track of what I have. Still got a long ways to go before I get enough for that, though. That's where you would probably be wanting to massively scale up your production for your raw materials. That, and, you know, it is kind of being drained away by this constantly as well. So how fast is this making? Not particularly. But we're not in any hurry to get that anyway, because we need a lot more raw material as well. So it's fine. I could go tap into the other copper vein we found, and then route it around over to here, so it's all in one consistent, convenient package. I mean, I got nothing else to do at the second, mechanically anyway, so why not? Because back in here, it's actually the same copper vein, but it's like the other side of it. Actually, hang on. I just had a brilliant idea for saving myself a lot of time and aggravation. Oh, there's more copper in here than I thought. There we go. Maybe this isn't the same vein. Maybe it's just conveniently on the other side of the same spot. Because as you might imagine, the idea is I'm just going to dig around to where my setup is. So it's easier to network it in rather than going through the natural tunnel over there. No, these are two separate veins. Huh. What do you know? So the realization I had as soon as I started doing this is like, well, why don't I just dig out more of the copper that's on this side instead of doing all of that? Because understand that the mole won't destroy resources. We were told that when we got the mole. It won't destroy critical structures, and it won't destroy resources. So we can just use it like this to expose more resources. Well, that didn't flatten the way I wanted it to, but I guess it's flat now. How's it gonna handle flattening this? Okay. Yeah, this is actually gonna work significantly better.
You're starting to get a nice little collection of research cores, Breaker. I won't forget it.
She isn't kidding. It looks like it's not gonna come back down much lower. It looks like it might just make a weird, spooky purple ceiling over my head. I don't know how to feel about that. But, you know, I guess that's a thing. I want you to dig that out. I did not like what that did. Clean that up. Okay, that's why that was able to dig there, is because there was copper underneath the rock there. We couldn't see it, but the game knew it was there. Okay. So what we can do then is add more mining drills onto this setup to expand the amount of material coming in. And hopefully alleviate these down here not getting fed. What I can do is I can pipe it right in about here, rather than plugging it into the end of the line. I don't actually have mining machines on this tool belt at all, because I didn't think I was going to be building any more of those. Right. Yes, because I somehow thought I was going to get away with not making more of these. Really should have known better on that one, admittedly. Speaking of knowing better, I should have known better than to think I could get away with not having more inserters made either. I really should make an automated setup for making these. Especially since we have mechanical components already being made, I can just siphon some of the mechanical components off and make infinite inserters that way. There we go. That adds a bit more raw material coming in here. If I wanted to, I could go up and further increase the amount of raw material by going and putting mining drills, like, up there. And up in the cave over there now. I will put one here, because I already made the whole assemblage for it. I keep thinking these are bigger than they are. This one I will be plugging right into the end of the line here because I don't have a better access point. But there's nothing wrong with just further increasing the overall amount anyway. We should also probably look into start making some of those bio bricks that they were talking about. To feed all of this machinery without having to worry about it as much anymore. Because they did say that that burns significantly longer. Yeah, it's just plant matter and limestone, so we'll just craft all of it that we can and start replacing the plant matter in use with that.
Good work on that biobrick production breaker. I know how oddly appetizing they look, but you'll be happier if you stick to using them as fuel.
I don't know about that appetizing statement there, lady. Then again, I don't like mushrooms, and they look like mushrooms, so... That's probably why I'm like, I don't know about that one. Let's see how that burns by comparison. Oh yeah, that's a lot more effective. Wow. That's like a third of the burn rate. Possibly even slower than that. Either way, pretty good improvement there. Worth making those, which means I have a reason to generate limestone. Even if it is just pumping limestone into a chest for me to use to make bio bricks. I kind of wanted to keep this nice yellow cave with all its glowy bits intact, but I need the materials. And I'd sooner destroy this cave than I would eat all of the lily pads and such I have at the base, because I like those lily pads. They're nice looking. You gotta have some aesthetics in your horrible mining town. And of course, this hanging ivy is very, very profitable. Oh, I didn't scan this. What is this?
Identified. Xeno material containers. No contents detected.
Empty biological containers, huh? Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Like, we can hope that they're empty because nobody put anything in them, but I feel like whatever was in them isn't in them anymore. And I don't like that idea. Don't like that idea at all. Considering, you know, we've got a massive empty facility that we still don't know what happened to the people. And now we find weird empty containers of alien and material. Leaves me mildly concerned. There we go. Those drills should run for a decent bit. How are these doing? They're still full. You're empty. You are also empty. I really should be using an assembly machine to make this stuff, because it is making very slowly. Are you jammed or are you just slow? Oh, you're out of power. 'Cause I was busy gallivanting around with all that other stuff. Gotta turn the lights back on. Because it went through all the stored power, I think, considering the accumulator over there is not lit up anymore. Which, for ease of sight, I should probably cut into this cave a bit more. So I can see into the accumulator farm a little better. Yeah, some of the accumulators do have power in them still. And this is all networked in because of the way the power floor works, for those who are questioning my sanity there a little bit. Oh, did I grab this? I did not. Free 300 power floor. Nice. There's little containers like that all over the place, and it's very easy to miss one or two of them by just not checking around thoroughly enough. Speaking of, is there anything on the roof? Well, the roof's busted in, but that's not anything surprising. Oh, and I missed an accumulator. There we go. I was kind of hoping there might be, like, a container stuck under the rock up there. Wishful thinking. Might as well up our mining speed. Ooh, actually, maybe I should have upped the biobrick density first. In hindsight. Well, too late now. I would say if I have any one complaint with the game, I wish the music would stay going more consistently. It sometimes just goes away, and then you're left with your thoughts. And I, for one, have too many thoughts to be left with them. I don't want it. And the ever-encroaching purple ceiling of Doom kind of concerns me a little bit, too, but that's a lesser issue, I would say. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build an assembler and just plonk it down behind me, and it's literally just gonna be for making sure we can generate this stuff. The bio brick stuff. And it'll just go into the same chest as the rest of the bio stuff for the time being. Because that just makes more sense to me than the other way around. Hopefully everybody out there is still doing just fine. I know I'm probably putting most of you to sleep with this, but, you know, we all need to rest now and then anyway. That up. That way that's all taken care of. And there we go. I thought for a second I might not be able to have this make biobricks, and I was going to be upset. I should probably actually hook a chest onto this as well, just for my own convenience. Oops. Well, I learned a quick way to put things on the hotbar. Turns out when you point at it on that screen and press a number, it'll do that. I meant to swap my things and ended up doing that instead. I'm actually going to use filter inserters just so that this doesn't get too confused. So I want one of these to pull plant matter, and I want one of these to pull limestone, so that this machine continues to receive both. His hindsight kind of hit me before... Oh, I guess in this case it would actually be foresight, considering it hit me before I made the stupid mistake. I was going to have just one inserter going from this to that. And as you might imagine, that would have led to a problem. I don't need limestone for anything else, so I'm just going to put all the limestone in here. Well, to my knowledge, I don't need limestone for anything else. I should amend that. Because no sooner do I say that, am I going to turn around and go, oh, I need all my limestone for making something vitally important. Oops. And then everyone will be very unhappy. I'm not really sure how I want to expand this any further. I almost feel like I should make a whole separate floor at this point. In fact, that's probably not a bad idea. I can expand off the bridge here and build a whole different preparation zone for things, instead of continuously making my upper area more and more complicated to deal with. It means we're not able to see the river anymore, which is unfortunate, but it also gives me a convenient river crossing. So it's trade-offs. We are actually running out of material in my pocket, finally. But most of that's because we dumped a ton of it into the repairs. Yeah, it just makes sense after putting the staircase in that I would go back and forth through this anyway. I really should probably tear the whole base down and rebuild it in a cleaner way at some point. Which, since we're going to be moving to another production facility at some point, judging from the way this game works, we'll probably just build Mark III base when we get to that point in the game. Like, we'll probably just rip the entire thing up like we did at the last base and just rebuild it even better. Which is nice, honestly. I like the fact that I'm going to have to move base at some point, because it means I don't get so set in my ways in the way a base is built and so sedentary that I don't want to move anywhere ever again. Which is what happens to me with this kind of game all the time. Pull all of that out. Put half of that in there. That'll last longer than what I pulled out of it will. And I can then convert the rest of that into more of it without having to go find more or plant matter. Well, theoretically that will last longer. I can't guarantee that yet because I haven't seen the actual conversion rate play out. But judging from the bar speed, I would say that's a pretty safe bet. I could also take some of those extra twigs that we're making and convert them as well. I couldn't, like, convert them to fuel directly, but I could just use them as fuel, is the better way to say that. Because as you can see, this is all backed up now. So we can see how well these burn. I assume they'll be better than the straight plant matter just because they have to be made. But they might be worse considering they are threshed material. I think that's ever so slightly slower. I can put that back and we'll be able to watch the bar speed change when it finishes burning. Okay, yeah, no, that is noticeably slower. Okay, very good. We'll just throw those extras in there for now, then keep that furnace going longer. And throw the excess in here. Keep that going for longer. Just managing all of these meters and keeping everything going where it needs to go. Just a whole big juggling act. I'm curious about these Atlantum ingots that I found, but I'm sure we're not going to figure anything out with those anytime quick. Okay, we have that now. Yeah, let's get Biodense to make these biobricks even more powerful. I assume it makes all of them better. We can check fairly easily, because if the meter's going even slower over here, we know why. Yeah, I think it is going slower now. Excellent. That makes every single biobrick we make more worthwhile. I could put a mining drill here for limestone as well. But then I'd have to pipe it up there. And I guess I wouldn't have to. I could just pick it up myself and move it over there as needed. It's not like this is something that needs to be constantly running. This just needs to maintain the biobrick creation process. And the biobricks are only not being made down here just because I didn't want to put in a different power floor for it. So I could easily move it to the new floor over there, actually. That might be a very smart idea, actually, in hindsight. For the very simple reason of it's much more coherent with where it's needed, so in future I will remember that better. It does mean it doesn't have a convenient chest to just be dumped into, but I can build another chest. That's the least of my concerns, honestly. The only potential problem with doing this is now biobrick production has stopped for a moment, which will slow its overall rates down. But we can survive that being a thing for a few minutes. That's not really an issue, per se. We just, like, slap the assembler there. Input chest here. Output chest here. And we can just have the limestone feed directly into this chest. And then I just have to make regular deliveries of plant matter to this, and it's good to go. Doesn't matter which one's which, it just has to be one of each. Now, the only thing is going to be getting the conveyor belt over to it. It's going to take a little bit of doing. Because it can't jump that gap. I do like that it has a line that points like, hey, yeah, your conveyor belt's going this way. So you can tell where it lines up with. That is incredibly helpful. Just go ahead and stop it there. What I can do... Power floor... Down one. Down one. Is putting in a staircase there is going to be a pain. So what I'm going to do is just extend the power floor out this way. As soon as I can get it lined up in a way that it won't try to build 1,000 of it. I'm actually off by one. Well then. Come on, back it up. Okay, it'll jump that much of a gap. I was thinking I was gonna have to go full staircase with the things, but thankfully we don't have to. Run that right across there, and now I just need to make a couple more inserters. And then this job will take care of itself. Then all that's left from there is some means of actually having consistent plant matter. And then biobricks are fully automated. But as far as I can tell, I can't actually automate plant matter itself. Figure may as well have two outputs on that so it comes out at a decent pace. Not that this is ever going to be a major rush, considering we've got over 1,000 limestone in there. But it never hurts. Now we assign this to biobricks again. And eventually this chest will hopefully fill completely with biobricks. That's wishful thinking, but you know. I'll take what I can get. We can also scoop all of these for plant matter, because I haven't cleaned this out yet. And these I'm not particularly attached to. I'll leave a few just so we can still see the blue. So it's not just like pure, boring, barren green grass. Not that we particularly needed more plant matter in here at the moment anyway. But better to have that headed off before it becomes a problem. I honestly probably should have more than one assembler doing this job. Actually... No, I don't think the assembler rate's the problem. I see a different holdback on this, actually. I'm gonna fiddle. Because what I can do is bring them around the sides. And you can probably gather from that what I'm doing.
Your stuff has places to go and machines to meet, Breaker. Keep building those conveyor belts.
I don't know why you're randomly yelling that at me, but thank you, I guess. Because what I can do is increase the amount of it being input into the machine at any given time. By increasing the amount being... Well, quite literally the amount being put into the machine. It's going to cause it to have a couple different issues as a result of this. You know, it's not a perfect solution because I'm going to need, like, fast inserters and such on this task for this to completely work the way I want it to. And I'd have to move where the limestone's coming in to a degree to fix this completely. But this will mean more of it's going in, so it's not backing up anymore. This is by no means a good way of solving this problem, really. But it's good enough to do the job. This is going to remain the biggest problem. I need to actually place some accumulators so that we can decipher that other signal. Is how much you want to bet that signal's the one that'll get us a better means of generating power where we stop having to go hand to mouth all the time? That would probably be correct.
Task inbound. Accumulator. Stores electrical power for delayed distribution.
We never did learn how to make accumulators, though, did we? Nope, sure didn't. Which was going to block us from high voltage cable, which I'm assuming at some point is going to be necessary. I'll go ahead and make 5 accumulators and hope that that's... Oh, actually, it says use an assembler to craft in place an unknown number of accumulators. Hopefully, me making them counts. We'll find out. Nope, the meter did not go up, so I'm wasting materials making these. Scratch that. Either that or I need a lot of those, and I'm not sure I like that idea. What I can do, though, is just slap an assembler down in here and have it sit there and make these whenever I come down to feed it. Again, not ideal, but probably the way I'm going to handle this making accumulators thing, because I have no reason to automate accumulators. That's incredibly superfluous. But since we already have power generation going here anyway... Let's see if inserters can actually hand to each other. Or worst case, I can just throw long inserters on the task. It does need a lot of things, though. Electrical components, copper frames... What was the last thing it needed? I've already forgotten. Oh, the Kindle Vine extract, actually. At least that gives that a purpose. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. I didn't anticipate that that was going to work, but it was worth a try. I don't actually have any long inserters built, but I can make one. The fact that it takes 3 inserters, though, is kind of ew. Like, it seems like it would only have... No, no, it has the reach of more than 3 inserters, so you know what? Fair play, game. There we go. That at least works. It's somewhat stupid, but it works. And remember, or the old saying, it's only stupid if it doesn't work. We'll go ahead and hand feed that a little bit at the moment, though, to get that ball rolling. Actually, I may as well just make that another long inserter. It seems like long inserters are also slightly faster, but I might be reading that speed wrong. Is it may just be that the animation looks faster because of the fact that it's doing a different animation. Can always be a little tricky to tell. It's 420, and then it's the Kindle Vine. That's the hold back on that. Give me half of those. I'm gonna expedite this, because I don't want to go through all of this only to find out that that having it assemble in the assembler, but not place it, doesn't matter. Because I also don't know how I would have it place it. Because we've not received a placing device of any kind. So I'm assuming the only key to it is having the assembler actually be what makes the accumulator. And that's a very big fingers crossed that that's true situation on that one. Okay, it counted it when it made the accumulator. So I don't even technically have to place these if I don't want to. But at that point, since I made them, I may as well place them. It also seems to have not counted the second one because I picked it up simultaneously. So that was not ideal. But yeah, as much as I'm enjoying this, I don't think I'll stream this any further after we're done here today. Because this does not seem especially streamable, if that makes sense. Like, there's a lot of hurry up and wait happening. And as interesting as what we're running out towards when we find the things, I feel like this is the kind of thing I feel like would be better as, like, a YouTube series if somebody was going to show people the game. That way you could cut these waiting periods out. So I just don't have enough ready to go to talk to who you guys about while this all happens to make this as watchable as I would like it to be, I think. It's like I'm enjoying doing the activity, but I don't know how enjoyable it is on the other side, if that makes sense. That's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's actually anything up there. Iron's still way behind, but other than that, we're good. Because I did up copper production, but I didn't really up iron much, did I? Also, even with all of this, it's very upsetting how this is still not making as much as I would like. I probably should make more than one assembler, like I was saying, for that instead. And yeah, there's not enough drills on this task to keep this running. Let's see if we can find more iron, like we did for the copper. Worst case, if I just dig around the iron, I might be able to dig into it from a different angle and still hit the same amount of iron, more or less. There we go. There's also a cave back here. So what that'll probably boil down to is if I really want to, I could, like, attack the iron from all possible sides. If I really wanted to dig a crazy amount of it. Why is there just this, like... Why? Why is there the eternal floaty iron? Why? That's upsetting to me. I know it shouldn't be, but it is. Or at least it shouldn't be very upsetting. Fortunately, I don't have the mechanical components to actually make this actually function yet. But, you know. That's fine. We can fix that. Also need fuel for it. That's not going to last very long, but it might have to do. No, mind. We can use that. That'll be fine. Just gonna steal those. Because that'll get me one inserter, which is all it technically needs at the moment to do its job. It could do with more, but it'll get the process started. This way, these iron furnaces stop being just idle all the time. Because that's what's killing our iron production, is the fact that half of these furnaces are idle the majority of the time. Once we have iron piling up a bit more again, I'll put another miner, like, right here. Because there's a room for it. And that should solve a decent chunk of our problems. I mean, I could also just run through and scoop up all this iron that's sitting on the belt here. It really won't negatively affect much there, I don't think. We've also got 100 already stocked up in here. Because that's the thing. I say that the production on it's kind of slow, but that's not saying that it's legitimately slow. That is just relatively slow. Compared to the needs of the factory, it is slow, but purely logically and logistically, it's not actually that slow at all. And the needs of the factory are only getting out of hand because I am letting them get out of hand. Go. Throw that in there for the time being. There we go. That gets the iron ore production up a fair chunk. Get core reassignment, even though I don't entirely know what that means yet. Ah, because I can just deactivate these, right, okay. That's exactly what that means, then. Fast inserters are so expensive. I mean, they're slightly more than twice the speed, so I get it, but just, like, yikes. I can't help but feel that I must have missed the craft speed thing somewhere. Because it feels like we should have that. Considering where it is in the tree. But those things are also fairly small, so I literally could have tripped over it somewhere and not realized it. Being so focused on what I'm doing. Or it could be tucked away somewhere weird, like it could be behind one of these or something. can't look up at this without laughing, because it just looks so ridiculous. I also technically don't need the plant matter frames anymore, but I may as well keep making them, because I assume they have a purpose at some point, otherwise they wouldn't have had us make them. And I'm just gonna put this other set of crank engines right next to the existing ones, I think. Just so they have a purpose. Just means two different things I have to crank any given time I come over here. Because there's no way I can connect those, I don't think. But at least they are doing something instead of sitting in my inventory. Why has the accumulator thing stopped? Counting up. Do they actually need to be placed? Is that the problem? No, I think it just stopped making them. Because it ran out of something. Yeah, it was out of frames. No, it's not. Oh, it was just taking forever to actually get them in there. They only have the one long inserter doing the job. So it's sitting there just moving one piece at a time, just like, yep. I will pick up this vine, and I will put it in the machine. I will pick up this vine, and I will put it in the machine. Very, very slow process.
Local signal deciphered. Ingress HA1976. Report to production terminal Victor for triangulation.
Okay, stop all of this so we don't waste any more materials making those. Now that that's all done. And it gets me my components back, which is lovely. I'm certainly going to need those. And we'll just continue expanding the accumulator farm with those. We have a lot of excess energy, honestly. Like, they're in the megajoules at this point. At least I'm assuming that's what M-joules are. It could be some ridiculous pseudoscience word for all I know. So what does this signal net me?
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Beware of current.
Oh, this might be the... Yeah, that's gonna be hydroelectric, I think. HA. That could solve all of our mild power concerns permanently. Especially considering we're living on a river right now. Big old copper vein here, too, if I really want that. Ah, I can just follow the water in there, actually. No sense digging all the way through the wall when I can just pop through this little gap here. This is when I get out to the deeper part of the water and immediately drown. Just...
The sooner you scan these water wheels, the closer you'll be to never having to turn a crank generator again. We should check out that office, too.
There we go. Now we found something different again. We're not just running around in the same old, same old. Oh yeah, these are actual working crank generators. May as well spin them up and see if they actually do something for me. Around here. And we almost have all the blue fragments we need. Water wheel fragments. Oh, I can just hold it and walk around. Accumulators. It's a pity I can't take any of this with me. So if I wanted to sit there and dig for a while, I could probably tunnel right through this wall behind me here and bring the power to the base without having to build anything new. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of tempted by that. Because it would be quite convenient once the job was done. Just, you know, doing the job might take a bit of a
I
while.
like the way you think, Breaker. Why fix the door when the ceiling is wide open?
There we go.
If this rock had fallen on the facility from above, the protection zone around the structure would have held it in place until it could either be pushed away or drilled apart. For it to have punched through like this, the weight would have had to slowly penetrate the protection zone over... Honestly, I don't know how long. A lot longer than we were going to be here.
Or the protection zone failed to begin with because with no power, how would it protect anything?
Facility access door unavailable. Refer to display panel for self-repair requirements.
That is a big rock, though. Cool dense 3, accumulation 3, world bearer. Nothing, like, huge in here. At least not to my purposes. Unauthorized boulder. I can't destroy the boulder, which makes me sad. I wanted to break it. Well, we got what we came in there for, I guess. Yeah, considering we've got a handful of working water wheels and such already here, I might genuinely just hook this up. It's gonna be a bit of a pain, but I like the idea. Connect these properly again as well. The only thing is, it's going to take a lot of material and a lot of digging. Which I'm fine with the digging part. I got no problem digging big holes. It's not even going to take that long with the coolant either. I just gotta hope I don't dig into something I actually need. Which, you know, I can't destroy anything I actually need either way. I can just greatly inconvenience myself. Yeah, we're already more than halfway through, so this won't take long at all to get to the other side. After all, why build what I don't need to build? I should have the flooring being made while I'm doing this, though. Because otherwise we're gonna have a whole other hurry up and wait situation once we get to the other side. We are gonna run into some of the ore from the copper area, it looks like, at the rate I'm going, though. Unless we end up going under it, which would be very helpful. Which is what genuinely would make it a surprise that that would work out that way around here. Yep, looks like we're gonna get right past it, actually, so this should spit out somewhere actually reasonably decent. About now that I'm wishing I'd went for mole speed, but it's doing its job just fine. Oh wow, we're actually above it, not below it. Huh. I did not anticipate that. Now we're just gonna run this like a power wire through the whole tunnel. I wonder if the developers intended for you to do this, or if they actually intended you to build something new every time. I wanted to make sure that got built because I was starting to have some fiddle with how it was turning. There we go, so that should, in theory, be all hooked up to my power network now. Well, not actually hooked up to the actual power network yet, but it, it's connected to the power wire, or that then leads to the power network soon. I'm just going to fill some of these gaps to make sure that it actually works properly. And it's not actually connected to the hydropower side yet, which is the part I want. There we go. Because what we can do is I can just build more water wheels and add them to this setup over here instead of having it take up any of the nice river we've got over on the main base side. We can't make our own water wheels, though, because I didn't research them yet. Which, that's actually past the part we've stopped at for Victor at the moment. Because I still need to put the rest of the metal in there. So we can't even make our own right now anyway. So it's even better that I'm doing this. Don't you love just taking shortcuts? I don't even need to fix a door. Which I appreciate that they actually had an in-game reaction to you not fixing that door and just going through the roof like that. I always appreciate little things like that. Much like I like how I can build at such distances like this so easily. There we go. That's connected to the power grid now. It looks incredibly jank and silly, but it's connected to the power grid. In theory. We can just go over here to the accumulators and check to see if that's actually counted as part of the power grid now. Total power usage. Production, 740 kilowatts. I mean, absolutely nothing satisfied by that. So I guess the water wheels probably don't generate much, which means I'm still gonna need the cranks for the time being, which is okay. I'm only building a partial staircase because I should be able to hover the rest of the way up. Not quite. Balls. Time for more jank. That's more jank than I meant it to be. There we go. I ended up deleting more than I meant to, too. Well, that means I can fix this, actually, so hang on. What I can do is go down like that and make it a little easier for me to hop up. And it'll still be connected to the power grid, so it doesn't much matter as far as that goes. I just want to go check and see exactly how much power those water mills generate so I can prove to myself that that's how this works. Also, I can just check the power network here. Silly bugger. Sometimes I'm smart. Sometimes I miss the obvious. Which will happen? Who can say? That's a big tower of plant. Huh. It's just a really big creeping hydra. Is this all one plant? Or is it multiple instances of plant? It was all one big plant. Sadly, not worth any more material. That is actually really sad. I would have kept that if I had known it wasn't going to be worth each segment's worth of plant. I can't actually check these watermills either. Well, there's an easy way to check this, I guess, though. We're at 840 right now. If I were these up to life... They are making my power network react, so... Well, that proves that the wire's connected, because this all lights up as well. Very good. Just means that those watermills either aren't working yet, or they're pathetic. I can't tell which yet. Because I would believe that they aren't working till I have them researched, just like how the fast inserters don't work until you have them researched either. Because it would be a perfect way to stop exactly what I just tried to do, which is bypass a chunk of how the game works. Why is Copper dead? Why is Copper stopped? Oh, because the copper furnaces ran out of juice. Understood. Ooh. The Kindlevine stuff was lighting up. Oh, the Kindlevine must be something that can go into the furnace and be cooked into something then. I might have enough iron now to get that upgrade. And then we'll be able to get the watermills online. And that'll be very nice. No, I still need a lot more than that. Well, not a lot more. Relatively, not a lot more. But still more. I could get myself some more suit speed. I will get the smelting speed upgrade. And of course, now I could get fast inserters, but I now want to wait for the water wheels because I don't know how much they cost. And I don't want to have to massively expand this nightmare up here in order to make that work either. It's not out of limestone, it's just being slow. But we can massively inflate the amount of limestone in there. I don't like the fact that I can't swap those immediately. Like, I kind of get why I can't, but I would like it to be immediately swappable. But, again, early access. It'll get better. Hopefully. Presumably. Theoretically. My faith in my own statement just really hit the floor along the way there. Just whip those cranks up as well. Yeah, we are massively outdoing our need when we have all of that running. Wow, we still didn't end up with that much of an excess of that stuff. So apparently this... Oh, I guess it's just going really slow. I was gonna say it seems like it stopped working, but no, it's just slow. So I'd want to go for a bigger setup than that for these if I was aiming to go for high production. Because what you could do instead of worrying about the bio bricks is you probably could just make a crazy amount of these. Just like have a pile of threshers all creating this stuff, because this is almost as dense as the bio bricks, honestly. Like, they say they're only fuel power 3, but they were lasting for a bit. Like, they claim to be less fuel power than the plant matter, but they were burning slower. So that confuses me a little bit. Oh! You can actually make limestone out of Kindle vine extract? That doesn't make a lot of sense. But then again, I don't really know what Kindle vine is, so never mind. What do I know? What do I know about what does and doesn't make sense? Answer? I don't. I don't know anything. Still. It's weird. That might be enough iron. And there were a lot of much cleaner ways I could have gone about doing this, which would probably have made this whole process significantly faster. But, you know, not in that much of a hurry. Boop. We finally went up a tier again.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
The tech tree is really opening up now, Breaker. Water wheels and mining charges are both going to be things I promise you won't know how you got this far without. Cooling systems will probably help you open up a lot of broken, overheated facility doors in the sector, too. And keep an eye out for those blue research core fragments.
We only need one more of the blue ones, I think. And now apparently Atlantum ore becomes a thing. Okay. Okay, water wheels were a little bit pricey. I'm glad I saved for that. Yeah, we just need one more for blue cores. Ah. We can get different color poles. We can start getting the monorail system. Even more biodensity, higher assembly speeds up here in blue, because of course it is. Mining charges, more mining speed. Ooh, that needs a certain amount of accumulator charge. Ooh. Okay, so accumulators have a purpose then. Okay. That's actually
Task
good.
inbound. Water wheel. Used to generate hydroelectric energy for crank generator automation.
Wait. The water wheels automate the crank generators? What? Oh! Oh, actually that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. I'll explain when we get over to where the water wheels are. I think I know exactly what's going on with that. It's a little silly, but makes complete, perfect logical sense. And it also somewhat explains the layout of this place. Because you'll notice how the water wheels were all in line with the crank generators. Because what these do is the water wheels will spin the crank generators. The water wheels themselves aren't generating any power. That's not their purpose. I feel a little silly for not having processed that before. And also the fact that I filled this in like a dum-dum. Thankfully, I know exactly where to remove what I put to bring this back to its original position. And then what I do is I fill this in a little bit over here to add another crank generator to then make these spin automatically ad infinitum, theoretically. So if you look, now these crank generators don't have a timer on them. So we now have this whole set of crank generators running infinitely. And it seems like they get better the more water wheels are attached to them, so we can put another water wheel right here. And that'll power this whole line just fine. So what I almost should do probably is pull a bunch of my crank generators from the base and bring them down here. So that they can be automated. Hopefully that's okay that that's facing... Yeah, no, they're all spinning the same direction. They're just facing a little weird. Still only has a maximum charge of 150, so... I'm also not sure how I feel about the fact that they're shaking now. I feel like they might be overdoing it, and they might, like, blow up or something. Which, honestly, if that happens, it'd be very funny. Yeah, what I can do, then, is fill a bunch of this back in, fix this all up, and run all my power through here. Because once this is fixed up enough, this will probably generate more than enough power to run this base till the end of time. And much like buying things in the real world, why make something completely new when I can just refurbish something that already exists for significantly less requirements? Considering I'm patching in new parts, it's not like the argument can be made, well, the old parts are all gonna fail. It's like, well, no, they won't. Because all of the old stuff's been being replaced, aside from the ones that are clearly still in full serviceable shape. It's just mildly silly having this whole mile-long tunnel to run a power cable to it. It's kind of fascinating how that makes just like such a perfectly square tower. And every time we walk away, it just gets a bit bigger. Just gonna remove these ones. I mean, actually, yeah, I may as well remove all of them because it gives me back my floor space in here. We might not be able to incorporate all of these into the water wheel machine, but that's okay. We don't need them anymore.
Great to see you build one of those, Breaker. But it won't work until you place a crank generator on a power floor connected to it. And don't forget to crank it. That's why we call it a... I'm sorry, you understand.
Yeah. You'd have to be pretty dumb not to understand the fact that a crank generator works by you cranking it. That one, that might be a little much. But I appreciate that they made a joke out of it instead of just being like, oh yeah, hey, you're probably too dumb to understand this, so here, this is how crank generators work. Especially since they already told us that earlier, too. But now we can fill all the empty space over here with additional crank. I do like the fact that I can actually just hook my stuff up to the existing stuff as well, without it being an issue. I'm gonna fill these in and add more crank generators here to save on how many water wheels I have to make. I do want enough water wheels to fill this space in, though, because I feel like that's the amount I'm gonna need for these to run properly. This is a lot of crank generators for only a handful of water wheels to be moving. I don't know what I'm going to do with these other 9 generators now, but it'll be fine. What I could easily do is, like, save those for when we find another unpowered door or something, because I'm sure we'll find another one of those at some point. So, considering the increased needs that are going on here, I feel like I may very well be stopping soon, because there's going to be a lot of waiting involved in what's going to be coming up with this from the look of it. And we're already getting close to our usual end time. Or what has become the usual end time. I would like to get it back into doing long streams consistently again, but I need to find things that, one, will hold me well enough and will hold all of you guys in a good spot for a long period of time as well. So I wouldn't want to go for the whole day, for example, doing something that only I'm into. This would just be kind of pointless at that point. I could just do that in my own time. And more than half the point of doing this is so it's interesting for you all. So that's always a factor. Because the idea is very frequently to entertain and make other people's days better while also having fun myself. And I wasn't expecting this to blow anybody's minds either. Just in case anybody gets that twisted either. Yeah, this layout is a little weird. So, can I cut that and have this actually work? Yes. There we go. Those are hooked up again now. So that gets those all spinning. I'm still mildly concerned about the way they're vibrating. I don't like that idea. When machinery starts shaking like that, I always get kind of concerned because they might shake themselves apart eventually, and I don't like that idea. I don't like it. Just ideally, I won't be here to see it. Just need one more to be done to at least have one full line of these complete. Because I also want to see if it can actually spin and cranks on both ends. I assume it can, because there's very little reason for it not to. And that's also how the game had them set up already. So that too just makes sense. Really wish I'd gotten that crafting speed upgrade right about now. But we never did find it. And at this point, we won't, because I ain't gonna be running all over creation looking for it. I'm curious, what happens if I deactivate this? Okay, then that becomes blocked and it immediately does all that, okay. We don't need mass collect because it's not been helping me at all. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. And honestly, I could almost refund the suit speed as well. I wonder what would happen if I refunded planters and things. I assume it would leave the existing machines functioning and just not do anything else. I will refund the flatten because I'm not using it. I'm totally not sitting here scraping things together to see if I can get fast inserters or anything at all. No, no, not in the slightest. No. I don't know where you'd get a crazy idea like that from. Also, totally not doing that just to pass time waiting for the water wheel to finish making either. Yep, they're all working in tandem just fine. Just basically all this is doing is making one big engine. And there's nothing in the base that'll outdo the power for production that's happening here. I'd have to go real crazy. I'm gonna be one water wheel short, though. So I've got one in hand and one more making. I could just have these be uneven and fill this in and put another crank there and see what the behavior difference is. You know what, why not? Let's do that. Just for sake of not having to sit here and make even more materials and all that out of reality. Because even if it's inefficient, it's going to make sure that I don't have any power issues for quite some time. I'll probably start having frame rate issues before I have power issues. Which, despite the slight janking that was happening initially with it, this cleaned up nicely once we got going. Ooh. I'm gonna go take a look at that before I stop, actually, because there's a thingy over there. And I am very intrigued by thingies. And there we go. 4 and 9, 5 and 8. They're still doing the same thing either way, so it doesn't matter. I assume
Fun
this
fact, Breaker. Before they adjusted our suits for them, those creeper plants used to reach out and try to grab anybody who walked by.
Oh, good.
Got so common that it became a rite of passage for people who joined Deep Recon. Spaghetti got her call sign off of it.
Good for them. I assume this is probably one of the buildings with the broken door. Hmm. Oop. It was in the ceiling for a second. What's this? Just more limestone. Ah, it's a protected area. I was gonna try to dig underneath it to see if like there was a hole in the floor this time or something. the thing is, we're not even, like, getting a prompt to fix the door here or anything. Ah, there we go. There's the one I need to fix.
Facility access door unavailable. Refer to display panel for self-repair requirements.
Monorail tracks and cooling systems? What? The cooling systems I get, but why the monorail tracks? That's a little silly. Another iron wall there. I guess we could go for a wander around before I stop as well. At least for a little while. See if I find anything else interesting, since we did spot something naturally there. Just really not sure where to go looking around for anything. Then again, I may have accidentally a thing anyway. Because that looks important. Good thing I've got hover, because I feel like if I fell in there, it would have been a problem. Ooh. Oh. Look at all the mining machines. They did really well with making some very nice caves. And again, this is an early access, so at some point I'm sure they'll add enough more to this that this will get very good, I think. Just right now it's a little too empty. I'm not saying they should add, like, living creatures running all over the place, just maybe, like, a few more little odds and ends hinting at things. Just some more objects, I think, in the world would help a bit. Because right now, just following just the lights around or expecting to wait for the signals kind of slows things down a little too much, I think. But I'm also the type who likes to just run off and explore in between making things. And I don't mind being limited by having to make the stuff to open the doors. I just want to know where the things are and what I need for them. And just, you know, discover things.
EFES system offline. Critical failure.
Oh, it's a freight elevator.
Baseline power is definitely restored here, but something else is going on.
It looks like a core manager at the bottom here. But it's got a freight elevator jammed in the middle of it. Probably just reuse the model. Ah. There we go, that's all the blue cores. What's wrong with the door? Oh, repair the freight elevator to get in here, huh? Well, piss. I assume I probably need to just keep upgrading the thing in order to fix the freight elevator.
We've already examined this. Check your log.
Yeah, because we weren't told anything actually useful out of that. So I assume we just have to restore the other things nearby and all that before we can interact with that. You know what? It just auto-saved. Let's find out what happens if I go down here. Whee! I mean, I'm hovering, so it's not like I'll be dashed against the rocks or anything. But that could have been funny, too. And the reason why I waited for the autosave is I'm not sure if this is going to let out in a place where I can get back out, so I might have to dig my way out, which would turn into a whole thing. Ooh. Is this letting out into the hydroelectric place? No. This is something else. Oh, I don't like the borehole, though. The borehole seems dangerous. That seems like a place I'll fall down and die. Atlantium ore and cooling systems to fix that. Okay. Neat. Terrifying, but neat. There's a thing hanging down there. They're growing plants in there. I'm glad this isn't the kind of game where I'd be walking along one of these and it would just suddenly break out from under me and dump me down into the water. That would be horrifying. Is it bad that my curiosity makes me want to jump down there to find out what's on that platform, even though I know there's no way I'm getting back up without jumping down the death hole? I'm gonna put an actual save of my own down. Curiosity! Oh. Huh. Wow. My boldness was rewarded. But, how am I getting up? I mean, I could always go further down and find out if that kills me. Oh, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Huh. It's not a death hole. There's a light over there. Huh. Neat. So I guess I'm gonna have to... Oh, no, there's lights leading out. Somewhat. I'm gonna have a lot of digging in front of me if I want to get out of here, huh? Or maybe not that much. I am genuinely surprised that that worked out the way it did. I really figured that was going to backfire on me horrendously. Which is why I came prepared to just load my way out of that hole. I figured, oh, I jumped down here before I'm supposed to. This is probably a puzzle I was supposed to solve. But no, I guess that is the idea, is you're supposed to be bold enough to jump down there, and then you find your way out from there. The game's winning me back over a bit. Like, the giant death hole is still terrifying. Ooh, I can interact with the thingy.
This dish must have been for some kind of experimental communication technology. As you can see, it's currently being pointed at a few hundred miles of rock, which makes absolutely no sense. I know there was some weird science to how the production terminals communicated with each other across sectors, and I remember it being one of those things that seemed to go down constantly. The backup system was a ton of buried wire. We like the backup system.
Well, yeah, I guess the backup system would be a lot more consistent, wouldn't it? I am very curious about up there. The only way I see for me to get up there right now, though, would be to dig my way up. Or build my way up, actually, now that I think about it. Except I'm not allowed to put my stairs here. Oh, wait, hang on.
Under intuition notice, stairs cannot conduct electrical power.
That was me. I made them put that warning in there. And that was not how I phrased it.
It is a little weird that metal stairs do not conduct power like the metal floors do. But that's fine. I'm not interested in power right now. I'm interested in exploring that which I should not be at right now, probably.
This elevator control console is dead. Fortunately, your suit was built to fall safely from any height. On Calyx, when all of your friends jump off a cliff, you get to jump off too.
Interesting. Yep, needs the same stuff that I don't have, of course. That's a long way down. Just because we won't die from it doesn't mean I won't die inside. I could probably jump the gap, though. Ah! Yep, figured. No idea where I'm going now, except anywhere other than where I'm supposed to be right now. It's kind of nice to be away from the roaring of the water constantly. It's getting to be a little much. Oh, this leads back to... yeah, I know where we are. Unless this is another place with a very similar map signature, which is possible. That is always a possibility. We also could be miles above or below it, for all I know. Actually. Yeah, we are above it. But that is the same place I was at before. That's one thing I'll notice that this mole is no good at, is it can't go up or down. Well, it can go up fine, it doesn't down very well. Maybe we'll get lucky and run into a natural cave. Or at least something I can use as a means to anchor going vertically in some way. But with the green above me, it almost seems like I could go up. And actually, like, come out somewhere. Nope. Actually, yeah, that... no, see, if I... even if I point straight down, it won't dig down. It makes me sad. I understand it's for our own safety, but I don't appreciate things being done for my own safety without my choice being attached to it. Let me be unsafe, damn it. If I want to rip myself apart with a black hole, let me do it. It had a little bit of a moment with that idea. This is going to take a minute, but this is probably the only way we're getting further down. I probably should have figured out getting into the room that they were talking about with the mining charges before doing this, though. I think that is just the processor units. And at the rate our material inflow was going, it was gonna get slow enough that it wasn't gonna be worth my time right now. Worked. Dangerous, but works. all things considered, the faster way is probably going to just be to keep digging this way until we hit a tall enough cave that will connect with it. Which, our home cave, which is this way, should be tall enough for us to connect to with this tunnel. Theoretically. The reality of it may be a whole other animal. But it's either that or a very sadly pickaxe at the ground and hope we eventually come out out the other end. Even if I run out of coolant, we'll be fine for those who didn't notice. We were using the mole long before we had coolant. It just might overheat now and then. We'll have to stop and wait for it. But as you can see, our base is right over there on the mini-map. Just gonna take a minute of digging. I may as well tunnel on a more direct route for it at this rate. Of course, this is when I pivot, like, right in front of an open cave, and I'll have just made a fool of myself. But if you look, the top of the cave we're heading towards does line up with our tunnel. But if we were to sit there and try to pickaxe our way down, that's where we pickaxed. Notice how slight a drop that was. The amount of pickaxing I did. Not that this is much better. We've got quite a ways to go before we get there. But that's probably our best bet for getting out of this situation. Without going all the way back and around. And the mole covers ground pretty decently quickly. I may still have to dig us down slightly to get into home cave, but I think we'll be okay. Of course, when the coolant runs out, that's going to slow things down a bit. But we'll be most of the way there by the time that happens. Because as you can see, every 3 bursts now, it's going to overheat and we have to let it cool. I am a little off target, though, actually. That bunch is the hydroelectric plant, I think, not my actual home cave. So that complicates matters slightly. I don't know what that thing is that's flying around my room, but it's gonna need to go. Hang on. Some manner of flying bug has invaded my space, and I do not appreciate it. Bear with me 1 second as I hunt it down. Remove it from space. Buzzed. I'm gonna keep digging while it decides whether it wants to make another appearance or not. They went for it and it vanished. But I also don't want to keep you guys waiting the entire time I hunt it. I don't know if it matters or not. I don't like it when I have a fairly sizable unidentified flying bug in the room. But you know, I feel like that just makes sense. Unidentified flying anything, no good. Especially when it appears to almost be like a mosquito of exceptional size. You really dislike that idea, too. But I don't know where it vanished to. Which I also don't like that idea either. Just for clarity's sake. But I neither see nor hear it again after I open the door. So it may have left the room. I can just deal with it later. If I see it again, well, we'll work that out when that happens. I haven't the slightest idea where it went, because it was big. So I wouldn't be able to miss it. This is when I look over my shoulder and it's just sitting there like a fucking parrot. Almost there. The price of the wacky journey I went on. I feel like I'm going to be perpetually distracted about this concept of where the mysterious giant flying bug went, though. So I keep looking around for it whenever I'm waiting for the drill now. I feel like I should have hit... No, not quite. This should be the last set we need to do before we can get through the cave. Even get home. So at the rate it's going slightly up, we might actually have to dig down ever so slightly to get out. Or not quite. Okay. Look! Something that isn't tunnel! And the mole fucking wants no part of it. There's our machinery floor down there. Whee! Ta-da! We made it home. Let's see how much is built in the meantime, I guess. 'Cause I was already planning on ending before that long journey happened, and then the bug distraction, then the journey. So much fucking limestone in my inventory, my god. Put that all over here, because that's where it lives. How much of this stuff did it make while I was gone on that note? Not a lot. We weren't actually going that long, though, game time-wise, if you think about it. We were going a bit, but not, like, ridiculously long. The iron appears to have stopped again, though. I noticed that there's nothing on the iron belt. Yep, the drills have all stopped because they're all out of power. No, this one has power. Oh, no, it's not the drills that are out of power, it's the smelters. God damn it. One of the drills was out of power, but that's not the issue at hand. Still sad that you can't burn the Embervine stuff. It makes sense that that would burn, damn it. But yeah, I think I will wrap it up here. Both so that I can go do other things, and so I can figure out the mystery of the giant flying insect in the room. I just, again, don't care for that being there. Don't like that. And I think nearly 5 hours of this will do, considering anybody who was interested in this has now seen plenty of it. And as I said, I have no idea how long it's going to take to get anything else of merit done with it. Much as it'll be a disappointment again, I'm not going to worry about sending out a raid to anywhere else. Because I've got mostly people I have not properly vetted on my list right now. And I'm too distracted by this damn bug. I know it sounds stupid, but my brain is locked on that concept right now. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This was not as watchable as I'd hoped it was going to be, but it was fun either way. Tomorrow is still kind of a mixed bag. I'm not entirely certain what's going to happen with that. I had intended to ask people if they wanted to do something tomorrow, and then I got distracted yesterday because I actually got a commission. So brain full locked onto that. I'm still working on finishing that. We will be doing something. I just don't know what tomorrow, and I need to... It's probably going to end up being something I just do on my own, because I doubt I'll be able to get my hooks into people enough between tonight into tomorrow afternoon to get anybody on board for that. And I don't even know what I would be asking them to do right now anyway. Saturday, I have something in mind. I need to decide whether I want to commit to that or not yet, though. I can almost certainly pull something out of the hat for Saturday. It just is a matter of whether I want to decide to do the thing I'm thinking about or if I want to save that for after we finish La Mulana. But yeah, other than that, I think that just about covers everything. If you missed any of this, of course, this is going to go up on the YouTube channel. It always does. Everything does. As links for all of that is where you would expect them to be. But other than that, have a good one. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.